I'm gay.
I'm not.
Joe Rogan.
Nobody asked.
Also a AI crypto billionaire.
Of course.
Also part of the Trump administration.
Right. The crypto czar and the AI czar. I forgot about this.
Well, you said friend of Joe Rogan, so that's implied. Like, tech
Exactly.
billionaire.
Every friend of Joe Rogan is in the Trump administration. I mean,
Pretty much.
Honestly, the tags are
literally
fine.
friends with
We can keep
Kushner,
the tags
too.
on Twitch.
Right. So basically, the Trump administration just culled from the mothership green room, and that's who's running the country now. And David Sachs is a little scared. He's a little afraid. This is about what Ro Khanna has proposed, right?
Yeah, the one-time 5% billionaire tax.
Yes. So for people that don't know, Ro Khanna has been talking about a 5% tax on billionaires and has been accurately describing this as kind of like the bare minimum or the anti-revolution measure, because we need a lot more than 5% taxes on billionaires, and has been accurately describing the amount of wealth that you can get. I mean, my view is, hey, $999 million. At least, this is more practical. If we wanted to be more revolutionary, this would not be my stance. But I think politically, it's salient right now to say,
We're
you can have $999 million. You can't have $1 billion. That's it.
We're revolutionaries on our news show.
We shouldn't even.
It's not a news show. It's a revolutionary show.
Yeah, right. Like, you've got to stay under a certain threshold here, right?
It's up to you. If you make it, it's your problem.
It's like a pinball machine. Like, you don't just hit it too hard. You've got to be a little bit more strategic. You only pull out 80% of the pin to get it to go the right way. Don't go hard. You can't get $1 billion.
Be afraid.
Not allowed to have
Be
a billion.
afraid.
Be afraid
you
to
can
be
have
rich.
$1 short of it.
You know who's afraid to be rich? Well, David Sachs on CNBC here speaking with the Squawk and Box, and I don't know what that was. And here he is saying how afraid he is.
it was the Vigland coming out right there.
Well, it's very Nordic looking.
Squawk and box.
Squawk and Box. Hey, I'm feeling a lot of Norwegian pride ever since we all conspired to take away the Nobel Prize from Donald Trump.
I've been in California for 30 years. It was painful to leave. I had no problem paying one of the highest taxes in the country. I think it's 13.3%. But this is different. This is not a tax. This is an asset seizure. This is saying,
Bro, imagine.
That's it?
Imagine you're the guy who has to do the interview to platform this, and what you're making while this guy's crying about this. Imagine you're that guy. Like, you'd put yourself in the shoes of these people who actually empathize and think billionaires are cool.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how do you listen to this and be like, oh my god, that's awful?
I know, right? Oh no, you're paying 13% tax. Oh no, you're such a victim, bro. Oh my god. How are you going to live paying 13% tax? How can you possibly afford your lifestyle?
The thing is with this type of wealth, what are you doing with it? There's no possible way to even spend it all.
That's exactly right.
What's the point? Why do you care? You're still having enough money to spend at the end of the day. I don't get it.
It's pure fucking greed.
You literally could probably live off what you already have for the rest of your life.
Mm. Yeah, literally, you wouldn't have to work another day in your life. If you had $100 million, you would never have to work a single day in your entire life.
I don't know about that.
100 million?
Depends on how you spend it.
Sure, if you're dumb.
My point is if you're a billionaire, I don't understand why you would care about 5% coming off of that, because there's no way you can even spend $1 billion in
a lifetime? 2? 3?
I mean, if you buy an entire there's ways to do it, you know what I mean? But
sure. If you're a normal person doing normal person shit, not billionaire shit where you're
even if they want to buy all these yachts and shit, I don't understand. How many yachts do you buy before you run out of $1 billion? I
don't know.
It's just silly to me. you're not even using this money, and it's basically being robbed from the poor at the end of the day. And you do nothing with it.
Jeff Bezos's yacht is worth $500 million, apparently.
Okay, so
How?
there you go. You buy a
How?
few yachts.
My mods aren't working, apparently.
Probably because you switch computers. Did it start?
No, you started. It tried to load me in, but it didn't work. Let me check what the mods are that
hang on.
I've got enabled on my
Because we put new ones in, but it's while you were away.
Yeah.
I'm doing tweets. Just give me a second.
We're going to take 5% of everything you own,
Oh, no.
whether you're paid up on your taxes or not, whether your assets are realized or unrealized. Never been anything like this before in American history. People are trying to minimize it by saying it's a one-time. It's not a one-time.
That
it's a
truly is
first
something
time.
different.
It's
That is different. In the last 250 years.
It's different. It's not a one-time. It's a first time. And if they get away with it, there'll be a second time and a third.
Okay, what do you think of that?
Oh no, they're gonna add another 5%.
No, so he's saying it's a
23%.
one-time. So in California, they're going to get hit with a one-time 5% tax.
That's it.
One time. So off your current wealth, you're paying 5%, and that's all.
And you'll get that back because you've got extreme wealth in 3 hours. Cool.
Yeah, pretty much, right? And so he's like, it's not. If they pass it now, they're going to realize they can do it again. It's not a one-time. It's a first time. Okay, bozo.
Time, and this will be the beginning
Yes.
in this country, which is asset seizure.
Now he's spitting.
Whenever a state or a majority decides,
Can
hey,
you
we don't
pause
like
it for a
somebody-
sec? I love the idea that it's
Tax is asset
seizure to
seizure.
tax you.
That's his asset seizure.
Like, you guys already can hide all of this stuff overseas. You already have... Go ahead, Brandon.
I don't like the micromanage. He can call it that if he wants to. It's fine. Yeah, let's seize those assets. We can go whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean, right. It doesn't necessarily... But when he says it's not a one-time thing, you're like, you're damn right. Once people go, wait, hold on. These guys have tens of billions of dollars, and if they were to just take 5% of their wealth and no one would tell them, they wouldn't even know. They wouldn't even be able to tell unless they saw their bank account. And if they were to check their bank account a month later, it would be the exact same because all of their assets would appreciate. Like, because they all have passive income. Yeah, no, that's why it's not enough. That's why it needs to be way greater than 5%.
I love all the Squawk Box guys who will never sniff $1 billion in their life, or like, I'm so sorry that's happening to you. This is so terrible.
Well, I mean, like, there's a joke about how Congress is a bunch of millionaires who are servants to billionaires. That's our media class too, buddy. Yeah. And that's basically it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a microcosm of our, like, the way in which socioeconomic status becomes like a hierarchical ranking system for people, right? Where you're conditioned to have all this deference for people who have more money than you and all this scorn for people who have less money than you. And you're conditioned to hate poor and assign all these terrible qualities to them that justify them being poor. And the more money someone has, especially if they have more money than you, the more righteous they are, the more they should have a say in our society. And the fact that it's led to all of this, don't pay attention to that.
Right. Keep going.
Ever a state or a majority decides, hey, we don't like somebody or we don't like a group of people, we're just going to take their stuff, that's a violation of property rights.
You think it's going to pass?
Wait. I'm sorry. So when I was on CNN, we were talking about this very topic, and Scott Jennings, I think it was, or the other conservative on the panel, was just like, it's because you don't like them. It's because you don't like billionaires. You want to go. It's like, what is this line of argument?
You're a bigot.
Yeah, I know. It's discrimination. Tax policy is about choices, about how we allocate resources in our society. We can raise taxes, we can decrease taxes. This is about raising taxes because we have an insane concentration of wealth. Let's pull up that chart after we're done with this clip that we showed earlier in the show.
Not the only concentration in America.
It's just like they pretend like there's no material implication here. As we just hit a record of credit card debt in this country, we keep doing it month over month. We hit a record of subprime auto delinquencies, meaning that people just are completely behind on their car payments. Rent is as high as it's ever been in terms of proportion of income. Wage growth has completely stagnated in this country. And he's basically acting like people. The mob is just so irrational. They're discriminating against me.
It's better to do it on Wednesdays because Mondays.
Do you think it's going to pass, and do you think the Supreme Court ultimately would uphold it?
Well, I think there's a good chance of it getting on the ballot, and then from there, I think it's probably there's a good chance of it passing.
I know.
Just released showed 48% in favor.
We're already doing the Epstein files.
Newsom doesn't sign it, though, does he? Or would they would override it? Or
Newsom cannot override it. He said he's opposed to it, but what his ability to affect it is very limited because it's a ballot initiative. Now, will the Supreme Court ultimately find it unconstitutional? Good chance of that, but that's years and years and years from now. So, the damage is already being done right now in the state.
Are you surprised that people like Jensen and others have said we're staying in the state? Sam Altman saying he's staying in the state?
No, because they've got large companies in the state, and California's network effect is powerful, and that's why progressives think they can get away with this. But for a lot of other people whose businesses or situations are more flexible, they're leaving.
Wait, who are these other people?
The working class billionaires.
Right. That's what I'm getting at. Like, who are the small business billionaires? Who are these
mom and pop billionaires?
People? The mom and pop, right? Like, there is no other people. You're not talking about anyone because he just named the most well-known billionaires in the state. And they're not leaving because guess what? California is where the talent is for quite a few different industries. And in your sector, especially, David Sachs, the tech world.
So you can bitch about it, but that's what they're. And you need talent. You need the workforce to make your company profitable. So if you want that, the people that work in your company may want to live in a state where there might be more childcare options for them, where they, may have access to certain, social infrastructure that Texas isn't providing. We showed this earlier. This is
not only Texas isn't providing. The reason that talent stays in places like California is because of.
Anything specific you wanted to cover today, or just like general topics because it's the Tuesday?
Yeah, I didn't want to get into anything serious.
Okay. So we'll do just a short segment with the Epstein stuff for more for just the clipping out.
Yeah, I would Wednesday. Still decompressing from yesterday.
Of the social safety net infrastructure and various government programs that allow them to live in that state and work in that state and raise a family. And guess what pays for that? The taxes from those billionaires, because those billionaires don't provide those services themselves as, taking care of their employees.
Exactly right. And this has happened before in California. I think it was 2010 or 2011. They increased taxes on the wealthy in the state. And you know what happened? The number of millionaires increased. They use this threat of capital flight because they're trying to bully people into doing what they want. But you see how nervous he is about the fact that it's a ballot initiative.
Direct democracy.
That's
the shit out of them.
That 99%, that 99.999% is banging down your door and ready to take your shit because you took it from us.
Yeah.
So that's what's going to happen here, buddy.
That's another thing.
Look at this chart.
Like, stop crying.
I'm going to bookmark this.
Any boomer who wants to cry about things becoming more affordable, like, motherfucker, you robbed this entire country.
Yeah.
Like, not even just billionaires and millionaires. Like, go fuck yourself. Now you want to cry that you think your wealth is being stolen after you've participated in this fucking capital extraction that's only benefited your generation. Like, shut the fuck up.
And then additionally benefited their generation, and they've held on to that. They have not relinquished it. They will die with it, which means it's not going to come down to anybody else, which means we're permanently fucked because of the boomers. Like, I need people to understand this. It is their fault. They have fucked everything. And they still run the world. They still run the world. There's a few younger people, but they're all decrepit, white-haired
it's all
boomers.
these fucking geriatrics in Congress and all over the country, all over the world.
And if old people who are resistant to change because their brains have been calcified are running the planet when change needs to happen.
Beyond the dreams of ancient prophets.
How is change going to occur?
Than any apocalypse.
It's not.
Machines search for meaning and new matter weaves.
And this is also what I've been saying about Pauline Hanson. Is Pauline Hanson is just trying to make the world more comfortable for her final 5 years of life.
Answers.
Fuck this cunt.
Go now.
Fuck all of these
cunts. And achieve your vision for the future of civilization. All people will tremble with fear and respect for you, great warrior Queen Tamiris. For it is from the back of your stallion that you shall look upon and lead the Scythian people.
The world up.
Great epics will be told.
You have had your opportunity. Voice revoked. Shut up.
What?
So I was saying yesterday, like this, the people who like hand wave what Hamas did, by saying like, well, they tried this, they tried everything else, so violence is the only solution left. Shut up, okay? Because violence is never the only solution. It's the easy solution.
Yes.
That's always what violence is. It's always the easiest solution. And oftentimes, not a solution.
Yeah, it often leads to worse things.
Now...
But sometimes it's inevitable.
So, Yom Kippur War, which was the first time, like, America gets involved. Before that, they were, like, mostly siding with Egypt, right? And that's why only a few years after Yom Kippur, you have the Camp David Accords.
Yep.
With Egypt. Because Egypt, like, wanted back in America's pockets. They're like, please let us back in. We don't want to be with the Soviets. They're stinky and have no good money. Right? So, like 73, 74 or something, the OPEC oil embargo. Right? That's like the Camp David and stuff is like a direct result of that. Like, to say that like nothing has been like they haven't like actually tried anything. They did one oil embargo, okay? And just because Americans are so privileged, the fact that they had to wait in line for gas
was too
at
much.
an inflated price.
How dare they?
Like, all you need to do is make Americans wait in longer lines. And you're telling me, like, you can't stop massacring your own people for 5 seconds to fucking do some international action? Get the fuck out of my face. Fucking, it's everything has been done, asshole. Get out of here with that shit. Fuck you. And also, you want to know what I fucking learned about that OPEC oil embargo? It's the reason why we have the green energy movement. Because before all these fucking people came in to preserve the capital in fossil fuels, that OPEC embargo made the global rethink how they're going to defend on foreign fuels. So they started looking into renewables. And that's why Carter put those solar panels on the White House. Not because it was an environmental thing or anything like that. It was about energy independence.
Okay.
Right? And so because of that, these motherfuckers were so scared that if they did something that actually would invoke change again, that they'd lose money and they'd stop being able to sell oil.
Fantastic.
So the entire fucking crisis that we're in with the climate also revolves around this OPEC embargo and how these countries are actually fucking cowards. They did one thing, one time, and then nothing since then. The closest and most political pressure that has ever been put on Israel happened before the Ayatollah even came in. Years before it. And then Camp David happens right before the Ayatollah comes in too. So, Go fuck yourself.
And have this for every segment going forward, okay?
Fucking want to act like
Gabriel
Saddam and Assad are heroes.
Want to credit
they haven't done
this
shit.
writer here. I'm putting this together on his Substack. I just want to see the caption up. Keep going down. The top of that chart. You went too far. It's okay. Here it is. Gabriel describes it here. The one thing that is growing extremely fast is the wealth of the top billionaires. The top 0.00001%. I hope I got the number of zeros right. Not sure it matters. Used to own the equivalent of 3% of national income in wealth in 2010. They now own the equivalent of 12% of the national income in 15 years. That top 0.00001% increase their wealth by multiple times over. So yeah, I think people are okay with a 5% billionaire tax. David Sachs shitting your pants over there. Give me a break, bro.
Well, he sounded so sad and scared.
I know.
It's going to start trickling down any day now. Well, I mean, I think rich people do, at least some of them, understand that a lot of the social safety programs that we have and that were created largely in the first half of the 20th century were to prevent like an uprising. You know, a lot of people who are critical of FDR are critical of him, at least from the left perspective, because the things that he did were half measures to prevent a true workers' revolution in the United States of America, amongst other things, obviously excluding, you know, black and brown people from a lot of the programs. But a lot of our rich and people like Donald Trump have forgotten that, you know, the things that we have, like the SEC, you know, Social Security, they were because if we didn't have those things, we would probably have fewer rich people to even to this day, because they wouldn't be allowed to exist in the country anymore. And so that's a lesson that, you know, I think some of the more sophisticated administrators of the neoliberal state still understand. Like that's what the Democrats still understand. Like we have to alleviate at least a little bit of this poverty. Otherwise, you know, people are just not going to take it anymore. But Republicans have just gone full mask off. Like we got to do genocides. We got to like immiserate everybody, and whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, because I think they understand that maybe even more than the Democrats. Like, I'm going to be real about that. Yeah, Ro Khanna is putting this out there, but he's, besides, of course, you can probably get, you know, a few dozen Democrats in the House to immediately sign on to something like this. There's still much discontent within the Democratic Party on this issue. The Republicans understand it. They actually really, really do. And that's why they're grabbing what they can with their grubby little paws. Like, they know this Trump era is unsustainable. They know he's deeply unpopular. They know that these tax cuts are going to, that they pass with the one big beautiful bill are just going to make the rich richer. They know that the future of the country is not gas and coal. They know that getting rid of electric vehicle subsidies and green energy projects is going to set the United States economy back relative to China in the long term, and that we are going to fall behind in competition and in technology. They know that, and that's why they're doing what they're doing. Like, this is a bunch of really, really rich, older, largely white men that are building a fortress for themselves and for their family because of the coming 99.99% that I talked about banging down the door.
She reads an IM name on this.
They are fortifying themselves, and they are they're in our house. They are ransacking it. They're taking everything that they can, and we're banging down the door like, let us in. This isn't yours. And they fundamentally know that they have to, before the door breaks down, take what they can. Planet's health be damned. Who cares? We're already so invested in oil and gas. This is where we have existing dominance. Investing in sectors that don't have high rates of returns. And no. Like, this is about what we can take, what we can't in the next 15, 20 years before we die or whatever. We're here to dominate. We're here to steal and plunder. And that's it. And the Republican Party has understood that for my whole lifetime, but like never have they had the urgency that they have right now because of the dynamic that we're describing right now. And the Bernie Sanders movement was the spark. But this is happening across the globe, and it's like these guys are not to flag wave for just a second. These guys are not
flag wavers.
They don't care about the country at all. They are primarily transnational billionaires, and they are using nationalism and racism in our population too, like to gin up that kind of resentment about the rest of the working class so that they can distract us as they rob the house.
They hate Americans. It's an affinity scam. And I think we've talked about this before on the show. All ethno-nationalism is an affinity scam to enrich a core group of people within whatever movement you're talking about. There's always a core group of billionaires, Le Pen's, Trump's, Hitler's, who get uber wealthy from pushing these sorts of things, or at least reach a level of extreme prominence, while everyone else who surrounds them, at least apart from their real inner circle, is not left materially better off directly. They just feel better off because they're not as low as whatever brown people they're being, taught to hate this week. And so this is exactly what it's always been when it comes to things like this. But you can see it in Trump, I think, more nakedly than past fascists, even his contemporary fascists. He has a naked disdain for his followers. He has a naked disdain for his Americans. He spits on veterans. He assaults. His staff assault them at cemeteries. He could not hate Americans in the American
Who likes polls?
Project more openly, but they don't really care because for them the American project has always just been about that hatred, and they pretend like it's not. But that's why they fly the Confederate flag. That's why they do a lot of pro-Hitler stuff. That's why they celebrate America's enemies, because for them America is just about hating brown people, and so they feel aligned with Trump with that.
26
but,
of my 28
they don't realize
cities have
that
normal
for
growth.
him there's no real difference
28
between
of my 28
brown Americans
cities
and
are
non-brown
ecstatic.
Americans if they're poor. He
I've
might
never
kind of prefer
seen
you,
this.
but not in any real meaningful way.
It's because I have 43,
I gave you all those luxuries.
I have 43 of 18 luxuries.
Yeah, I have 29 of 15. What do you got that I don't have?
Don't know.
Do I not have the quinoa? Yeah, I don't have quinoa myself.
Buy aircraft carrier, I guess. Whatever.
But those luxuries, a lot of those are doubles. They only count once.
Yeah.
So obvious. And
And when it comes to David Sachs, we were talking about yet another billionaire from
How many
South
death row
Africa
bouts need to die
who
before
acts like
finally I'm getting...
he's the king of the world and Mr. America for some reason.
Right, and is against
expensive.
like there was a clip of Elon Musk I saw the other day. I think it was a little old, but him basically saying Italy is for Italians. What will Italy become if it? Bro, you're a white guy in South Africa. You're gonna basically talk about how the people don't have the right to migrate to where they want. I mean, give me a break.
Italy's for Italians. Italy didn't even exist the way it does today, 100 years ago. That's such a funny thing to say. Italy's for Italians.
Right.
And it was just like a week or two ago where he was sharing memes that were nostalgic for Rhodesia or
he's fucking cringe.
Altogether, yeah. So I mean,
he thinks he's being edgy and
we're
funny.
talking about Trump here too in relation to David Sachs, and I just wanted to show this poll. The Economist has been kind of tracking Trump's approval rating. Let's just go through this kind of slowly here. So this is a little over 365 days into his term. Trump's been in power for, God, it's just been a year. His net approval rating is -19. 37% approve, 56% disapprove. I've seen it higher elsewhere, but we kind of have, his floor is 30%. That's what we know because of the cult. But let's show it. Here you go. You can compare it to Biden. Whoa, I mean, worse than Biden. The economy's even in worse shape than towards the end of Biden's term as well. But I was also here on the issues. What's driving it is the economy, definitely. But immigration too. That was his best issue. He was +10 at the start of his term. Now he's closer to -10. National security, I guess, he's sort of doing all right on that. But jobs in the economy, inflation and prices, taxes and spending, he's completely collapsed there. Americans are unhappy about that, but this is also important by state. So let's just look at some of the battleground states for the Senate. His net approval there is basically matching the national net approval.
That's great.
That's great for Graham Plattner. Knocking on wood. Go to Texas here, even, because we're also seeing, you know, minus 17% approval in Texas. Welcome back, Matt Leck, fresh off his
North
interview.
Dakota holding strong.
Yeah, Matt's back in the studio.
I gotta pad my stats a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, so, you know, it's Georgia's the other key one here. Go over Georgia. Minus 18. These are some of the key races across the country for the Senate. Do we also have Nebraska? All right, not that great, but Nebraska's pretty deep red.
Kowalski, there's your moment, buddy.
Well, also, I'm thinking Osborne.
It's funny, too, because that state's probably been screwed over harder than the first four we looked at.
Right.
Administration.
I mean, I know, it's unfortunate, but how about, let's go to Ohio really quickly.
Venice,
with
really?
Sherrod Brown.
You're
That's
starting
pretty
your
bad.
shit again?
I mean, I think part of it is the states with a better or not a better, I would say, a more organized Democratic Party are probably more able to do things than places like South Dakota or Nebraska.
Right. Because the Democratic Party hollowed out its infrastructure in many ways. So it's just important to point out here, like, it may feel hopeless, but there are some really key races across the country where Trump is just not doing well. And I do not think it's going to get better over the course of the year, but they are using things like Minnesota as testing grounds for more authoritarian actions when it comes to voting across the country. Read a few IMs and we'll kind of set ourselves back up now that we have Matt Leck back. Center Spiral, people should remember that the urgency of needing to address the Trump situation has taken Carney away from bulldozing indigenous rights. That has been the brunt of his domestic policy. Please have on Rachel Gilmore. She's an independent Canadian journalist. Absolutely. Again, our appreciation for the speech is very separate from
him, frankly. It's a crazy statement to say, like, yeah, these were fictions. You guys were right that we were lying about it, but it worked for us is shocking.
I'm sorry, though. I will give that credit. Like, I actually think that acknowledgement is significant.
I appreciate it, 100%. I mean, the same way when Chris Murphy's like, look, we tried to coup Guaido and tweeted it. Like, it's good to have confirmation for how the world works.
Who likes polls?
Pre from Ohio, the ultra-rich have no country. Exactly right. Heated bribery. Billionaires are building fortresses for themselves and their families. Let's be honest, Trump's fortress only has room for Laura Loomer, Trump, and a lifetime supply, 6 months, worth of Big Macs and soda. Fair enough. Pussy Comitatus says, the cartoon villain billionaires who don't care what the...
Did you hear it? Can't see you because of the flowers on your mic.
No, I missed it. I'm figuring out.
I was like, I even said, Jack, right here, every time. I'm like, right here, here's the part to pay attention to, every time. Why do I even speak?
Pussy Comitatus says, the cartoon villain billionaires who don't care what the underclass thinks or feels aren't the cartoon...
Yeah.
Did you say
That's the name of a username. Never mind.
I don't know what you're trying to tell me.
Doesn't matter. Moving on.
Villain billionaires who don't care what the underclass thinks or feels aren't willing to...
Dakota to at least this chapter in the ICE invasion of Minnesota, and again,
YouTube. I said full screen, not pause.
I don't think that people should take for granted that there aren't going to be thousands of ICE shock troops in Minnesota. That they're going to stop
like
in any
5
way.
years ago when the internet just
This is a
worked?
crisis management moment for the Trump administration. It's helpful. It's better that they're having a crisis than not. but it does not necessarily mean in any way that there's going to be material relief from Minnesota
resource?
or that they're not going to be sending it to other places and whatnot.
Wolf
This fight
is a luxury
continues.
resource?
And folks
yeah,
should
it's
take
probably one of the
inspiration
mods.
from what we've seen in Minnesota. The folks there have been and continue to be just amazing. And I hopefully in the next day or two, we're going to talk to some people
I don't know why.
who've looked in and
Like, what's the
reported
point?
on
Are they hunting
many of the
wolves?
things that they did to protect their community. But one story that is
'Cause I
not
think it's
getting
improved by a camp.
sort of like that puts this into context is we're trying
Yeah,
to
it
figure
is.
out why Minnesota,
means hunting.
why are they going to Charlotte, why are they going to this place, why are they going to LA? I mean, and part of I would imagine there's a bunch of different reasons, right? Like it became easy for the Trump administration because there was because of the Somali supposed fraud, because there was
Ilhan Omar also was upsetting Trump, as she tends to do because she's a black woman that is intelligent and stands up to him, which
100%.
he can't handle.
There was like Chris Rufo was pushing a notion that like somehow this Somali fraud was tied into a terrorist group. And so all these pieces came together. And of course, we're talking about like, oh, ICE is going around. They are looking for somebody who looks a different shade of dark of color relative to white people. And, you can walk around Minneapolis and pick out Somalis and walk up to them and challenge them. They didn't know that there was this many, that 90% of the Somalis there are citizens. And the 10% aren't undocumented immigrants.
Well, they may have known that.
But
I mean, I also don't know if that's true.
How's your front against Lenin doing?
That's fine. It's going. I lost an aircraft carrier, but that's fine. We're getting there.
Like, they may have tried to make an example out of them, too. There's also
100%.
the Islamophobia. I mean, with Stephen Miller driving this immigration policy, he is a rabid Zionist as well as an anti-Latino racist. And so attacking
you're
them
telling
for
me
the,
a Nazi
being a
is
largely
also a
Muslim population
Zionist?
in this time, I think is
Whoa.
key as well.
The Somali populations, and
No
actually
way.
Graham Plattner
There's
told
zero
David and I this on
connection
Left
between those
Reckoning
ideologies
that the same
whatsoever.
thing happened in Maine, but is a huge fixation
I hear
for
a nuke.
Nazis in Minnesota. Like white supremacist
You do?
stormfront type folks are obsessing over it all the time.
Since Ilhan Omar got elected, the brother, the conspiracy theory.
I don't hear one.
I heard an ICBM.
It might have been a ballistic ICBM.
You didn't nuke any cities?
No.
Weird. It sounded like it. Very strange.
About her marrying her brother that were totally false. I mean, this has been
story came
brewing.
out today. The Biden administration started an investigation of her. The investigation has not been closed, but they have not gotten any evidence in which to move forward. So it's just
The
been
Trump
sitting there.
administration.
Well, the Biden administration started.
Are you serious?
That's my understanding. Yes. And the
great.
Trump administration has just kept it open because.
Why would they close
Well, because why would they close it? But. Of all the different reasons why they went after Minnesota, another one, and this may be the most sort of like material one, came out when Pam Bondi issued a letter saying, we will pull ICE agents out of Minnesota if you give us your voter roll data.
Mafia.
They're suing 20 states across the country. They want social security numbers. They want data roll stuff. And it is because they're going to hand this material over to right-wing activist groups that are going to attempt to cull people and to prevent people from voting.
Yep.
And the way they would do that, we've seen this time and time again. This has been the story for the past 25 years with the Republican Party, how aggressive they are at purging voter rolls. Because they know that even if they make a mistake, they're putting the burden onto the voter, and it makes it much harder. And so that is, at the very least, a significant part of this story. And here is, because there is no connection between give us your voter rolls
No.
And will take out all the ICE agents supposedly protecting your communities. Here is Jake Tapper interviewing Minnesota Secretary of State Steve Simon.
The voter rolls. What kind of information do they contain? What do you think Bondi is after? Are they going after undocumented immigrants who would vote? Although I would guess there aren't that many of them, if any.
Well, here's what they want. They don't just want the public stuff, which anyone can get, name, address, voting history, stuff like that. What they want is very personal, private, sensitive data on millions of people, namely social security numbers,
I love that the
driver's license numbers, military service.
Is a drone team.
Yeah, that's a mod.
That's great. That should be actually added into
because
the game.
Without those mods, the late game unit is only the giant death robot.
Ah, okay.
And that's the thing, is the giant death robot's still better than them, but it's like 3 uranium per turn, you know?
Yes. That's why I'm trying to get rid of them.
Yeah, I'm trying to use power and stuff, you know?
History where applicable, and this is already in litigation. Like, we're in court on this right now. They've asked for this information from dozens of states. The vast majority, like Minnesota, have said no. There are multiple lawsuits going on, including in Minnesota right now. So that's what makes this particularly puzzling. Why they want it? That's a good question. That's sort of key to the legal arguments here. Our legal position all along, before this weekend ransom note from the Attorney General, was that state and federal law don't permit them to get this data. And so what she's basically asking us for in this letter is to hand something over which we think the law precludes her from getting under these circumstances.
Well, explain it.
So it is unclear, how they're going to use this stuff to disenfranchise voters. I
Pretty
mean,
cool.
It's conceivable that
what a country.
Donald Trump is just going to sell it to Elon Musk because Musk is going to use it for God knows what. I mean, but the point is, it is very, very strange that this offer would be out there. Give us this voter information, and we will pull our 4,000 troops from your state. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But here's the last, I guess, the coda to the coda of the Bovino thing.
Yes. Just one thing on that. I hadn't realized how deep the connections were from right-wing groups that were trying to access voter rolls for a decade. Mother Jones had an article about this. Brooke Rollins, the Secretary of Agriculture, the think tank that she co-founded, America First Policy Institute, has been trying to sue for these voter rolls for years and years. Harmeet Dillon, also a part of the administration now, has been as a part of these efforts as well. So, when you see these administration's actions, there's always some sort of well-funded right-wing group behind it that's been pushing it for this long. So it's very scary. But this Bovino story, I was not aware of this. Daniel Boguslaw, who's a really good writer, also writes in Rolling Stone, I believe, but wrote in the American Prospect an article that came out this morning, about Bovino's a lawsuit that was leveled against him in 2022. Can you scroll down to the sentence that says before his ascension? So this article compares him to Colonel Lockjaw from One Battle After Another, which is pretty funny. But
it's hard to imagine that they didn't base him on it.
I mean,
but it's
seriously.
too new for us.
The character looks identical.
Although it did come out,
it's so
where he was.
relevant. Do you know about this movie, One Battle After Another?
Ah, that one.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know what it's about?
No idea.
I can't really hear you.
I've got no idea. No clue. I know of it.
It's basically, it came out before all this ICE shit, but it's basically about breaking people out of ICE and killing ICE agents and shit.
Cool.
It's deeper than that, but Ben Shapiro whining about it and how bad the movie is because it's dangerous or whatever was very funny. I'm sure Drew went to go see it too because he's doing
sure
that
he
I'm
did.
a movie reviewer now grift thing.
Yes, I'm pretty
Only
sure
this
he
in
did,
2023, so PTA was very prescient.
But Bovino's been around.
He's been around.
I would imagine he's did research, and I would imagine he would have come across.
You're
He was in
probably
California
right.
too for years.
That would make
El
sense
Centro.
then. So you're probably right about that. But I wasn't aware of this, that before his ascension as the face of American immigration enforcement, Bovino was himself embroiled in a discrimination suit that was ultimately settled by the Department of Homeland Security in 2022 for an undisclosed sum. Just a reminder, this is Biden. Biden is president at this point, 2022. The origin of this, as they're investigating Ilhan Omar for some reason, because
Gotta get to the bottom of this, Jack.
The origin of the discrimination suit was Bovino's alleged efforts to manipulate the CBP hiring process to bar the hiring of qualified Black and
his
Latino
entire
agents
thing is
into
just
senior
cope
supervisory
because
roles.
he didn't
According to
become an
allegations
actor.
in the lawsuit brought by John Joyner and eventually followed by other CBP employees seeking remedy for discrimination, Bovino canceled a job posting and then surreptitiously hired a white supervisor into the role of a number of other over a number of other qualified applicants. Court records show that during the hiring process, the man Bovino selected for a senior role, Christopher Bullock, wrote that Bovino was like a Confederate general sent to liberate a fort from Black Union soldiers. They have this email exchange in this PDF here.
That's just somebody who's against DEI, right?
Yeah.
Scroll down to the bottom of the PDF because it goes.
Some clan
It
imagery
goes
there.
up this way. So they're talking here.
Go all the way to the bottom.
The
first.
bottom, yeah. So they're talking here about this, potential promotion for one of these non-white CBP employees. Was the last announcement say? They're talking about it over and over again. Geez, we'll fix it. Gregory Bovino says, basically, essentially saying that they're going to fix it so this guy doesn't get this internal promotion. And Christopher Bullock, who was the guy that he gave the job
Harvey
to,
Bullock?
the white guy, responds with images of the Confederacy and of, according to...
Those are a little bit... So, like, one battle after another, or everything happening all at once, or even weapons, and a lot of those ones are, like, really, really big. But, like, Hereditary, or basically a lot of those A24 movies, I think are a little safer. I'm trying to think what's the newest movie we watched wasn't even the one that got us nipped.
No, you played an Amazon movie.
Yeah, but it was the newest movie. I'm trying to think of the newest movie we've watched. Because I'm sure there's newer ones than that one. That one's not really that new.
Boguslaw's article here, specifically of this general and these incidents that were about putting down efforts to liberate a fort from Black Union soldiers. And all Bovino says there is, "Oh geez, delete!" 5 exclamation points.
He literally puts Chief Bovino over the picture of this
Confederates
going after a fort. Bullock testified that he sent the email to Bovino because Bovino was a, quote, history buff who would think the email was funny.
Why would you think it's funny?
He's a Confederate. He's a fucking Klansman.
This is why I wanted to touch on this, because Matt's been making this point over and over again. We just we're talking with Dorothy Brown about this, about how the lost cause has continued, how we are still in the wake of the Civil War, and you have all of these forces that are trying to restore white supremacy. And it's not even subtle all the time. Like, the reason you can compare him to Lockjaw is because he was sued and then they settled, I guess. But those internal communications make it clear how they view themselves as Confederates beating back the forces of brown and black people in this country from being in leadership or being a part of their ranks.
I mean, that is the most fascistic, that is the element of this regime that is the most fascistic, which is they are on a ultra-nationalist purification tour.
Ethnic
essentially.
cleansing.
They are attempting to racially purify this country. You see it in the context of it has nothing to do with immigration status. You wouldn't be sending. There's a story in the Times where they are sending people who are in the process of refugee status or who are here legally. You don't have to be a citizen to be here legally. They're sending them around to Texas. They're questioning them, and then they're just releasing them in Texas. They have no way to get home. They are torturing people in these detention centers by providing no heat, no blankets, no clothing, no food, no medical care.
No bitches.
And they're basically saying to people who are here legally, either they're within a legal process, or they're waiting for a judge, or they're waiting for their green card, whatever it is. And they're basically saying, we have the right, we have the ability, more so than the right, to keep you here until you decide, I'm going to leave. I will leave the country. I will sign whatever documents you put in front of me.
They're challenging birthright citizenship in front of the Supreme Court right now because of this ethnic cleansing campaign. They want people who were born here, if you were of the wrong shade, to be able to be deported based on their whims.
That is what, I mean, there are, you can hear multiple definitions of fascism, but the big element is this notion of an uber nationalism that is centered around a racial purification, and that is what we are getting. Yep. That is why their project is to walk around Minneapolis, and the tip-off for them to go and talk to someone is, what color are they?
Yep.
That is the foundational sort of like suspicion for their suspicions of people.
And the Democrats asleep at the wheel. You had 4 years, Joe Biden, and this is a thread I started in 2013. This is after the pattern had been developed. I wrote this in 2019. In light of Stephen Miller's white nationalism being documented, this was when the emails showing he was a big fan of the, I forget the European white nationalist book. We should revisit stories like these, dismiss as many of the time as eerie coincidences, and this is just one example. This is an actual story on the official government website with a 14-word headline starting with, "We must secure," and Lori says this is not an accident. There are actual Nazis who call themselves Nazis. Now, maybe people might think that that was just a coincidence. It's happened multiple times since, and pretty much everyone's on board with it now, but there's other examples here. They're mentioning 1488 numbers, 1488 children. After this is like Health and Human Services. Like, there are Nazis infiltrated our government, and they need to be purged out of it.
And on cue, this morning, the New York Times doing reporting that other people have been doing for like a year or more, or Matt posting threads. They had an article. Administration social media posts echo white supremacist messaging.
I did.
It's almost like this has been a pattern.
You noticed this now?
Yeah, we're noticing.
It's not echoing white supremacist.
It
is white supremacist.
That's the first thing I did when we started, is accept those.
Yeah, it was still sitting there.
I'm curious, if you'll keep access to that tile. I also love that there's a railroad around it.
Yeah, I think I put because I was putting rail down. I think I put rail down, and then I was like, fuck it, I'll just put an airstrip down, because then I can rehome my bombers while I'm upgrading my aircraft carriers.
Yeah, I have a lot of cav because I'm Cethia, so I don't really need the rail. I already have the movement from the cav.
Messaging.
Camp of the Saints, yeah, that's the one that Stephen was a big fan of, which is basically about, I mean, he just said it to Jake Tapper the other week, which is that basically European colonial power should never have given over the power that they had in the Third World.
Pound Venice while you're over here.
Dominated. Now, the problem with Stephen Miller is that European powers didn't give that power up because they thought better of it and felt bad. It was because they were thrown the fuck out.
Well, you could probably trace the Monroe Doctrine stuff to Stephen Miller as well. I mean, I don't know if there could be one cabinet removal that would have more of an impact in a positive way than Stephen Miller, because Trump trusts him. He's his longest serving advisor. Everything Trump learned from Roy Cohn is embodied in Stephen Miller. He has his he likes it. He's tough.
Not
but
the criminal.
Turns out the American public doesn't love it that much.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Check that out.
We've talked a lot on this channel about what.
This isn't the one that I wanted. Yeah, well, I wanted the pointless space race product boost versus the Diplo victory points. Like, at least I can start a Mars project for fun. The Diplo victory point really gets me nothing.
Camp isn't a legal term, it's a political one. And these are not politically distinct from concentration camps. These are just concentration camps. A high-profile case. 5-year-old Liam Conejo Ramos and father returned to Minnesota from ICE facility in Texas. Released following a judge's order. Catherine Schneider, a spokesperson for the Democratic congressman, confirmed the two had arrived home. She said Castro picked them up from Dilley on Saturday night, escorted them home on Sunday to Minnesota. In a statement, Tricia McLaughlin said Immigration and Customs Enforcement did not target or arrest Liam Conejo Ramos, and that his mother refused to take him after his father's apprehension.
They literally used him as bait.
His father told officers he wanted Liam to be with him, she said. Released U.S. District Judge Fred Bieri blasted the administration, writing, "The case has its genesis in the ill-conceived and incompetently implemented government pursuit of daily
I don't want this shit. I don't want
quotas.
my stories.
Apparently, even if it requires traumatized neighbors, and school officials say the federals use the preschooler as bait to knock on the door to his house so that his mother would answer.
thing
The DHS
and
has
it
called
doesn't
that description
close.
of
There's no
events
X
an
icon.
abject lie.
I don't know how to
because
get
they
it
can be
closed.
trusted.
I just
I
click
feel
all
like if
over
you're
it
going
until
to
it
use
closes.
a 5-year-old as bait to arrest his father and then deport him down to Texas, you shouldn't do so while he's wearing like a blue bunny hat and Spider-Man clothes. You know, you've gotta find a less sympathetic looking 5-year-old. You have to find a more evil looking 5-year-old than the one with the cute bunny hat. This is like comically evil. Like, seriously. Find a 5-year-old wearing a balaclava or something. They also claim a man with a crushed skull ran into a wall like a cartoon. ICE claims that immigrant shattered his skull running into wall. I love how this is, I love the title's phrasing. That immigrant. Like you're talking to a guy who was just around the corner. Yeah, he said that guy just hit his head on the wall really hard, ran into it, you know? Yeah, you know, it's the guy. Yeah, that. It was laughable if there was something to laugh about, said one of the nurses. There was no way this person ran headfirst into a wall. Injuries appear inconsistent with ICE account? Really? Well, I hope they keep it up, man. They're moving the needle. What more can I say? What more do you, like, what else can you, what more can you say about this stuff? Like, if they're going to be Satan, I guess I'm glad they're doing it openly. I don't know what else you're
the whole
supposed
game
to
you've
get
been
from
doing this
real
shit to me,
acceleration
Venice.
hours. Well, I don't know what the alternative is, man.
For some reason,
I don't know what the
just
alternative is.
never
ICE is using
invaded
former
you when
factory
I could have
towns
just
as detention
just
facilities
destroyed
throughout the
you long
Americas.
ago.
Yeah,
I've
we have a
had
term
enough.
for these. What were once factory towns became prison
Fuck
towns, and
Venice.
now deportation hubs. Where is this from? Equator.org. From Minnesota to Venezuela. Trump is creating a borderless American power. Oh, this writer's got...
So when you built that airstrip, it was a tile that I didn't own, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the only way I was able to build it, because that was the only spot it projected me
What is
to
that
when the
map?
borders
It's an
closed.
interesting one. It's made to make you think, okay? ICE buys warehouses for mass detention network, rattling locals. Move to acquire industrial buildings in at least 8 states. DHS brought 2 this month, one in Maryland for $102 million, and another in Arizona for $70 million. Man, they're really acting like they're still going to be around forever. They need concentration camps. The big bottleneck right now is that no matter how many people they arrest, there is a limit to how rapidly you can deport people. They need, look at this, 920,000 square foot warehouse. Do you have any idea how many tents you could fit in here? At least 10. Warehouse in Oklahoma City hold up to 1,500 people, a little more than a mile from an elementary school and a Pentecostal church. Little more than a mile from an elementary school and a Pentecostal church. Legally distinct from concentration camps? Concentration camp isn't a legal term, it's a political one. And these are not politically distinct from concentration camps. These are just concentration camps. There's no distinction. A third location, previously an auto parts distribution center in Chester, New York, became so unbearably hot during summer months that 2 people who used to work there said it was akin to being stuck inside an aluminum shed.
No ice, no fear. Get ice out of here. What is being proposed in Chester is up to 8,000 people to be housed in what is currently an old, dilapidated warehouse for Pep Boys auto parts. About the last place you would ever think or want to have any
Nobody even knows what Pep Boy is.
And there's been no details at all shared
that
about
shit's so old
what
and
work
dead.
needs to be done or would be done to make this even somewhat habitable for humans. But there's no insulation, there's not enough utilities, water, sewer. ICE literally described it themselves as, think of Amazon Prime, but for human beings, which...
That is true. They were proud of that one. The reason why they're going for warehouses, by the way, when traditionally immigration detention centers have, to at least some extent, been open air, at least near the border, is because they want to hide the rapes and the murders, which there have been several of even this year, by the way. Probably far more than we're aware of. You know, over 1,000 people disappeared from Alligator Alcatraz? They've been delisted from the DHS's website. They were there, and now they're not, and no one knows where they are, and they're not even officially registered. For all we know, they're in the Everglades.
Which is just a disgusting way to talk about treating humans as if they're animals or packages.
Is this what we want in Chester? Is this what Orange County stands for?
Oklahoma City managed to scare...
Trump golf course?
Yeah. Or they're in the Trump golf course. Or whatever golf course they said that they buried people in the Epstein files.
Yeah, he buried his wife there, remember?
No?
His wife that he hated, basically, like, buried her there to, like, as a tax write-off.
Epic. I didn't know that.
I'm watching this specifically because the story's important, but Vosh makes a joke making fun of this NIMBY that is fantastic. You'll probably miss it even when I say, hey, here's the joke that I'm playing this video for.
The landowners into not selling to ICE? Well, that's based. That's pretty based.
Is this what the Hudson Valley stands for? Is this what New York stands for?
So we first learned about this mass detention warehouse, is what I've been calling it, in December. Sort of a bomb went off metaphorically in the community, and people were like, oh my God, what is going on? At every level of government, village, town, county, state, federal, no one had heard anything from the Trump administration on this at any level. A lot of the Republican opposition to this locally has been around that. A pretty egregious example of the Trump administration doing whatever the heck they want with no regard for a local community whatsoever.
Or, like, human rights, you know, like the people being detained there. We're
This
fighting
one
like hell to stop the
city
sale
here
of a
is
warehouse down here in
huge.
Kansas City. During the protest on Friday,
With the
they announced
land
the
that it
owner of the
has.
property's phone number to the crowd, and we all called /
And he's got
texted.
a national
Nice.
park in there
Have there
with a
been many leaks
volcano.
from ICE detention centers? Not really. Nobody's allowed in there. Like, legally, Congress people are allowed to go there, but Democrats don't flex that power because they're weak and, you know, collaborationist. Remember, every congressperson has the absolute legal right to observe any federal facility, and they are
Ban
being
production of buildings
when they
of
had
these
tried to,
types.
they're being denied permission. But they haven't really been
power
trying,
plant.
you know? They don't push. I thought a judge ruled they're not allowed in.
Hey,
Could you
50%
provide that to
production
me?
drop
The
on
congressional right of observation is
units,
pretty
great.
powerful. I would
Yeah,
be very
great.
surprised if a
Great.
judge ruled that
At
they were
the
not allowed
very
in.
end of the game,
Mixed
this is the most
reaction to
pointless.
warehouse purchased by ICE in the West Valley.
10 mixed reaction in the West Valley tonight over a massive warehouse in Surprise that ICE could turn into a makeshift detention facility.
Questions remain about how the facility
Like, we can
might be
we can
used
already
and
buy
when
our
it could
units
open,
with
but the
faith and gold.
Washington Post
Yeah.
reports that the facility
it does
will be used
appear
to
that
house
some documents
1,500
have vanished from the files, yes. It appears that some
Did you
have
see
vanished.
Trump's response to it? It's very funny.
Roughly 500 PDFs and a few pages as well.
Well, they are releasing more.
Yeah.
This is only the first, like, stack. This is the real Epstein files part 1.
16 pages and at least 500 PDFs are apparently missing. Yeah. Well, apparently nobody archived it on the Internet Archive either, which is great.
I'm sure Ryan Grimm and Dropsite, because they already built a tool on searching it. Like
Yes,
how
I saw
WikiLeaks
that
used
one.
to function.
Yeah,
I'm sure that
I saw
Ken
that.
Klippenstein and Ryan Grimm and them have it.
I'm hoping. I fucking hope so. Why can't I armada my nuclear aircraft carriers? What is happening?
Is one a... Are they both corpse?
No, they're all base... Like, level 1. Oh well, I guess I'm just taking 8 planes, 12 planes
Plus,
with me.
why would you armada your nuclear aircraft carriers?
Why would I not?
It just gives you less plane slots.
Yeah, but I want less plane slots.
Detainees.
12 News journalist Kyle Simchuk went out to that facility and spoke to those who live nearby.
All throughout the evening, we've seen people driving through in cars, some on bikes, coming to take a look at this new warehouse ICE purchased for $70 million. And tonight, there's no shortage
What's the point of doing this if you're not actually on location?
of opinions about it.
It's the size of 7 football fields. ICE hasn't said how it'll be used, but for people living near Dysart Road and Cactus Road, the purchase is raising questions.
As long as it's like secure.
Brittany Thie lives less than 1,000 feet from the warehouse.
The things that have occurred are sad and unfortunate, but like, I'm not.
You hear this shit? Her issue of about the concentration camp. Listen to this.
Sad and unfortunate, but like, I'm not against it. I'm not 100% in support of it.
Her main concern, whether the
Thank you, median voter.
facility will attract crowds of protesters.
If it gets noisy, that's probably going to be an issue for the neighborhood. We all have kids.
Oh, that's the issue. Not Auschwitz-Birkenau being built like right next to your front door, but if like it would be really inconvenient if Soviet if the Red Army moved in and like liberated it. That would be like super annoying. Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. All right, okay, cool. The ovens are too stinky, yeah.
Pets, my dogs are going to go nuts.
But for Marcus Curley, a Native American who lives nearby, this facility represents something more personal.
They're right down from where I live.
He now carries personal documents, including his birth certificate, at all times.
I don't want to end up in jail. Our whole family member. We all went to Staples, got all our records.
crazy.
Yep. So we're prepared just in case.
Republican state legislators from the area are backing the purchase. Surprise Representative Nick Cupper said, quote, "If ICE is able to legally run a detention center and enforce immigration laws, I am fully supportive." Republican Majority Leader John Kavanaugh called it, quote, "a great idea because it'll improve enforcement and offer a modern, air-conditioned space for those awaiting deportation or a due process hearing."
Mixed reaction to warehouse purchased by 12 News. Is this the mixed reaction we're looking at?
I'm really
Is the mixed reaction in the room with us right now?
that I'm hearing from Republicans in the area who are excited about having such a massive facility housing the, quote, worst of the worst right in their backyard.
The city of Surprise says it was not notified about the purchase, and federal projects are not subject to local zoning regulations. ICE has not responded to questions from 12 News about whether the warehouse will be used as a detention center or when operations might begin.
And there is a protest planned for tomorrow morning here in Surprise at Bell Road and Civic Center Drive. That begins at 9 a.m.
The lady who doesn't want to smell the ovens isn't going to like that.
God, I hate these people. Oh, there's a whole lot of nothing. Yeah, I guess I expected from the mixed reaction news title that they were going to, like, I don't know. The closest thing we had to a mixed reaction here was the median voter lady being like, I don't like the smell of the ovens. That might be inconvenient if, like, the wind blows the cremation fumes in my direction.
This is the joke,
that was the
right?
closest we got, really. Article is a map of all the warehouses they've bought. I just refuse to believe there's nothing Congress can do here, man. Nobody linked me, by the way, any article about a judge saying that congressmen cannot use their power of oversight to go into these federal facilities. They're just refusing to. They just don't wanna. The sale in VA was canceled. Yeah. Somebody said earlier. As of 2 days ago as well. Nice. The DHS did issue a memo saying congressmen don't have that right, and they are wrong. It does not matter if they issue that. There is no legally, that's just, that DHS memo has all the weight of a Trump tweet. It means literally nothing. Any congressperson can go to any federal facility and force their way in if they want to. They have the legal right. If they get arrested for it, good, take it to court. They have a legal right to be there. They have the they are as legally entitled to enter those properties as you are your own home. And if somebody stops you from doing that, you can get in anyway. If he wants to take you to court over assault, that's great. Have them explain to the judge why they were keeping you out of your own home. I heard a judge affirm that ICE can ask 2 weeks' notice of congressional reps. Can ask is not the same as they have to respect it. What happened with the cases brought against the reps to win it anyway? Nothing. Because there's nothing they can do once it enters the courts.
Like, you don't worry about things anymore. All that, what about this? What about that? You just doom scrolling on TikTok and Twitter all day and f***ing on people.
Sounds like projection.
Whitney Cummings and Miss Rachel was in the air. They're just mentally ill slobs, all of them, and their opinion should be dismissed.
3, 4.
Okay, pause. Why would you go after this? Like, this is like a little kid show.
Yeah,
like, she must have been bored. It's a show for little kids.
Yeah.
Like, I don't get it. Maybe she took 2 instead of 1. And then she got a little extra energy. She took 2 instead of 1. I don't know what she's doing.
Whitney Cummings just won't leave us alone. Every week it seems like there's something new, whether she's defending the Saudi government and shitting on her own fans, or calling her critics incels, and then admitting that she actually does buy views, or even just the old being a comedian is hard when you're a woman because you have to be twice as funny to get half the laughs. Yep, she actually said that to Tim Dillon. Meanwhile, Nikki Glazer's out here doing her thing without any of the drama that Whitney seems to be drowning in. And if they're a candidate for Brendan Schaub of the Year, Whitney is up to take that title for 2026. It's a close fight. Bert Kreischer could come in clutch and take out Schaub of the Year and Lolcow of the Year. Seriously, wait to the end of this video and you'll see exactly what I mean. But I'm sure you've already heard about the Whitney Cummings Miss Rachel drama. Basically, Whitney was watching one of Miss Rachel's videos with her son. He found it overwhelming and didn't like it, so she put out a post saying Miss Rachel was always off base. Why does she talk to all the kids like they're deaf morons? If you need to dress like a toddler to trick them into liking you, that's information to give a mental health professional.
They all talk like they're mentally disabled.
Isn't actually what she wrote, obviously.
They're children.
It's that she
they
defended
don't understand.
It by claiming she's finding it difficult to juggle
to
being a comedian
to kids
with being
in a way that they understand, for them to contemplate the content that they are being fed. That's called children's content. Maybe you need some adult children's content to help you find this out. Maybe you need somebody to talk to you like an idiot for you to contemplate something. Or you can continue going on Joe Rogan's idiot podcast and having that idiot tell you how the world doesn't work. Up to you, really. Fucking unreal.
All the kids like they're deaf morons. If you need to dress like a toddler to trick them into liking you, that's information to give a mental health professional. And the funny thing about this post isn't actually what she wrote, obviously. It's that she defended it by claiming she's finding it difficult to juggle being a comedian with being a mom.
You think the Taylor Swift fans are intense. Wait till the Miss Rachel fans come for you. So I did take the video down that I made about Miss Rachel. I do think it's possible to be a parent and a comedian. Hopefully, we'll see. I was sort of mostly focusing on how she doesn't change her clothes. She wears her overalls and her pink outfit, and it's hard for me to convince my son to change.
If you have to make a video trying to explain why a joke was meant to be funny, then you probably need new jokes. Whitney can't decide if she's a celebrity influencer or an edgy comedian because she sucks at both, and no matter what she does, it comes off as being weird and unnecessarily hostile. She's trying so hard to be an insult comic like Tony Hinchcliffe, Andrew Schultz, and Tim Dillon, except she comes off as being too serious and routinely forgets to make it funny.
No,
so she just ends up coming off as a mean bully with too much time on her hands,
exactly
which is something Joe Rogan would finally come to realize, just not straight away. On that podcast that nobody asked for with Bert, I don't read the comments, Kreischer, Rogan snapped at all the people who are calling out Whitney, except as usual, he had no idea what the controversy was really about.
So you're some dude looking for a connection in life, and you go to my page and you leave 100 comments. And they're like, you're the best, Bert. I love you. When you come to Cincinnati, I'm going to be here. Tampa, I'll be there, man. I'm going to drive. And then the one time he's like, you're a fucking bitch. And then I reply. He's like, oh, I guess that's how I get the cat to come outside. You know? So that's why I don't read any comments.
Whitney was going into, the Whitney thing about Miss Rachel. I don't know who Miss Rachel is.
I found out who
don't.
she is.
She's an educator for neurodivergent kids. Is that what it is?
I'm
Wait,
fucking.
the worst.
Hold on a second. Wait. Hold on. Are you telling me
funny,
that she's actually an educator for children with learning disabilities? Okay,
No, he's just wrong.
He's incorrect. Okay, because I was gonna say that makes even
just
more
is that
sense.
dumb.
Why her content would be like that? But if that's not the case, then Jesus fucking Christ, Joe.
I mean, I'm sure
what
there's
were you
plenty of
showing your
neurodivergent kids who love
You do
Miss
watch it?
Rachel.
Sure. Because I wasn't sure whether that was actually what her content is focused on. Because that would be great. Because there's tons of autistic kids who get left behind in school. Tons of them.
Boy, howdy.
Like, it's a massive issue within education is that kids with learning disabilities who need alternate ways to learn shit
Don't
that
get me
education
started.
should be able to provide for, but is grossly underfunded in seemingly every Western country. You're telling me that YouTube educators are trying to pull this back? And, oh, wait, what? Kids were banned from YouTube in Australia? Awesome. That's great step towards fixing education. Fucking hell. Unfucking real.
We're going after her.
What a
people
joke.
that I know that are comedians that are just unbelievably shitty, dishonest, disingenuous human beings, bad faith communicators, people that just like completely distort anything about the person.
Yeah.
And it's just because she's successful. It's a giant part of it. And so they see her making some crack about Miss Rachel because she was watching it with a kid.
I'm speaking like
She didn't
Joe
know what
Rogan. Squawk. Oh, my shit's getting
All right,
destroyed.
Jack, you go straight to hell, man. You know what?
I'm
You're banned
finally losing. I'm gaining even more gold. Carrying my shit.
it is.
And
great,
of course, it's the jealous, mentally ill haters who are in
Hey.
the wrong. It's definitely not Whitney going full cringe yet again and embarrassing herself for the world to see. Rogan's description of those dishonest comedians
Give me
who
my guy
distort
back.
things to bash people and ruin their reputations is one of
Rude.
the biggest self-reports I've seen from him lately. This is the guy who has ruined reputations and smeared people over fake videos and fake headlines and refused to apologize or correct
No!
himself even
My
after
artillery.
he becomes aware that he was duped. I mean, just look at
My
what he
city,
did to
though.
our boy
Artillery
Flip
for a
Dibble,
city.
where he
I'll take it.
misrepresented his arguments after the debate with Graham Hancock, dismissed him as being disingenuous, and then had Graham Hancock back on alone to bash Dibble without giving him a right of reply, and then infamously accused the Dibbler of being a weak, low-test
The
excuse of a
Dibbler.
man when he was going through cancer treatment. Like I said, though, even when faced with the truth, he has a momentary glimpse of reality, and just when you think Joe's about to talk some sense, he quickly reverts back to his victim mentality. By the way, this next clip is some of the funniest shit I've ever seen from Rogan and Bert. The way they're staring at the screen and counting along in their heads with Miss Rachel is funnier than anything either of them has ever said on stage.
So here's Miss Rachel. Let me hear what this sounds like.
Letters, and
I don't
have
hear it, Jamie.
2 really special guests.
No. No, not at all.
Dinosaur
I don't hear it. I don't hear
eggs.
anything in my own microphone.
Can you help me count them?
Do you hear it? Well, I don't hear you, Bert. There we go. There we go.
2, 3.
They could have
4.
stopped playing the video.
Dinosaur eggs are hatching. Wow, how many dinosaurs do we have? 1.
This is what they're complaining about?
3, 4.
Okay, pause. Why would you go after this? This is like a little kid show.
Yeah,
like she must have been bored.
There's nothing different from this in Blue's Clues, in my opinion.
It's a show for little kids.
Yeah.
Like, I don't get it. Maybe she took 2 instead of 1. And then she got a little extra energy. She took 2 instead of 1. I don't know what she's doing. All of a sudden, she's like, Miss Rachel.
She took 2.
But then she started responding to people because she didn't understand what it was, she said, and then she took it down and apologized. But and I texted her. I said, listen, I love you to death. You got to stop going back and forth with these people. You can't do that. It's not, this is not a genuine conversation. They don't care if you're, like if you were a person and you were someone's friend and you start shitting on Miss Rachel and someone said, actually, that's like for kids with learning disorders. And you'd be like, oh, I didn't know.
Yeah.
And that would be the end of it.
Yeah.
And then we'd laugh. You know, but these people are not looking for a real conversation. They're just looking to destroy your life.
This is so typical of Slow Joe. He sees that people are attacking Whitney on social media and she's clapping back at them, so he immediately reaches out to her to tell her not to engage with them, but never actually thought to look into what was going on or who Whitney was talking about specifically. And who the fuck decided that Miss Rachel was exclusively targeted at neurodivergent children? Clearly, she's trying to appeal to toddlers in general. That whole argument that she makes content for special needs kids is so stupid and has absolutely nothing to do with anything. Like I was just saying though, once Joe actually saw one of her videos with Bart, his immediate reaction was exactly what everyone's been saying. Like, you seriously couldn't make this shit up. Rogan watches it, tells young Jamie to pause it, and his first words are literally, "Why would you go after this? Like, this is a little kid's show." Right, Joe. That's kind of the point everyone's been making. Whitney's accusation that Miss Rachel talks to kids like they're deaf morons and needs to see a mental health professional was completely inaccurate, misleading, and it wasn't even really funny. And remember, guys, we're talking about the funniest comedians in the world here, according to Joe Rogan. But even when Whitney realized she was out of line, she still made every excuse under the sun, just like Brendan Schaub.
She speaks in her videos. It does overwhelm my son, but maybe he's just not old enough. That's all I'm going to say. He struggles with people being in his face really loud. And sometimes when you go to the dentist or take them somewhere, people are like really loud and in children's faces and over emote in a way that might be overwhelming for some, might be super comforting for other children. So
sure,
I'm navigating him
is this
and
her
what
apology?
he reacts to, and I only have the experience of raising my son.
Okay.
So I'm sorry if it wasn't
'Cause I'm like-
the same experience that you guys have had. I'm just navigating being a new parent and a comedian, and I
Sure, you
realize
could
that
also just
a lot of these
not comment on
children's
it.
heroes are such a big deal.
Exactly.
And I'm sure
You could,
to
like,
us,
literally
we're
just
so emotionally
not.
attached to them, and I realize if
This is some
if
Karen shit.
someone
Yeah,
made fun
like,
of
you could just
Thomas
shut
the
up.
Train, I'm sure I would be just as pissed as you guys are at me. So I should have done more research. I should have known
I mean,
more
at
about
least
her. I should have
she's
known more
at
about the
least
situation.
I guess she's
It was
acknowledging
unnecessary.
it. That's better than
at the
Joe.
most, frankly. And it's a really scary time as well.
It's a really
right
scary
now.
time.
Tensions are high.
Is it?
What's going on in the world is terrifying. So
what's going on?
I apologize.
Hey,
if
didn't
I
you promote
added
Donald
any
Trump?
Stress to anybody's day. Or
What's
maybe
going
being
on in the
mad at
world?
me was a nice
Didn't you and
That's
your
why
mates,
it's like, what do you mean?
What else is going on?
You know, it's like,
in
what do
this
you
country?
mean, Whitney?
So
Hold up. What in the fuck is Thomas the Train? She's gotta be rage baiting with that shit. This was straight out of the Brendan Schaub playbook, mispronouncing common phrases, blaming her kids, and then randomly saying it's a pretty crazy world out there. Hope it makes you feel better picking on me. Like, seriously, the only thing she missed was blaming the team. And isn't it ironic that she's accusing Miss Rachel of being overly emotive in her presentation when Whitney acts like a full-on fucking clown on her own podcast, her arms flailing around like a puppet while she stares into a camera, distorting her face and then looking around the room like she's escaped from Joe's asylum and doesn't know where she is or what she's meant to be doing. But then, in true Joe Rogan style, even after facing the facts and seeing that Miss Rachel's content is just normal shit for kids, he doubled down and kept attacking the people who dared to criticize one of his top 250 comedy assassins. Because even when Joe has the truth staring him in the face, he hears a bell ringing somewhere and turns into Pavlov's dog. He just can't help himself. For a guy who likes to promote a world in which everyone gets along and is kind to each other, he really seems to be sowing a lot of division.
And then so many people like, well, she lost her career's over. Like, what? Well, you weren't going to see her anyway. You fucking like, what are you talking about? You weren't going to pay to see her anyway. Stop saying her career's over. It is not doing a damn thing to her career. You just want it to be over because you live a miserable in life, which is why you're on Threads 12 hours a day.
It's so funny you say that.
Nobody's
I
on
just read
Threads.
something negative about Whitney on Threads today. I was like, what does she do? I don't know. I look at that as I go, that's nice.
I try to look at the news only. I try to look at news and things that people are exposing
Really?
that's in the
Why
news.
are you
which
so
is very
uninformed then?
Give me my guy
So
back.
remind me, who are the unhinged mentally ill losers again? Is it us or is it them? For a guy who doesn't pay any attention to internet drama or gossip, Joe sure has been spending a lot of time lately paying attention to internet drama and gossip. On the one hand, he claims he doesn't pay any attention to it, but then he seems to be up to date with
Say
every
APL.
little criticism of the Austin comedy scene. And don't think I missed his comment at the end there. I try to look at the news and what people are exposing. That's very interesting to me.
Yeah, I'm giving you a capybara for him. That's a fair trade.
Will forever be a mystery. Every single day, another one of his billionaire buddies gets exposed for the craziest shit. Yet
How
How
hard has Joe been coping about Elon asking to go to Epstein Island?
He's not coping as bad as Benny Johnson. I'll say that much.
Oh, really? Amazing.
Oh my God, Benny Johnson's was very funny. We'll get to it. I'm sure Iron Brown has a Epstein file thing.
Mm-hmm.
And unsuccessful comedians for all the problems in the world, and then say, why can't we all just get along? The way he went from calling out Whitney's critics to agreeing with them after watching Miss Rachel and then turning on her critics again is the most Joe Rogan thing Joe Rogan has ever done. It's like that time he made Jamie pull up that fake video of Tim Waltz dancing down the escalators with a fuck Trump shirt on and refused to accept that it was fake. And even when Jamie managed to convince him that it was AI, he said, I thought it was real because I believe that he's capable of doing something like that.
Oh, why does it lie?
This is the standard of truth that we're at right now. As long as it could be real or if it confirms an existing bias, then
this is what I'm
it's
saying.
as good
It's
as the
real
real
scary
thing.
about
I
the
mean, whatever. Am I right? Anyway, I'm going to leave you now with one of the most poetic ironies in Whitney Cummings' career. She's gone full circle from laughing at Brendan Schaub to becoming Brendan Schaub. Like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one.
So,
Okay.
Who likes Paul?
Hey, you can't just walk in on people when they're doing stuff.
Jazz,
Oh my God, hey guys, another week.
we're back on our bullshit.
What's been going on? What's been going on in the
Toilets.
Meanwhile, in some more national news for you this morning, the Department of Justice released more than 3 million pages of files related to the Jeffrey Epstein investigation on Friday. The new files mention President Trump hundreds of times.
They also mentioned Paul Davidson and, of course,
Hassan Parker.
Along with former President Bill Clinton,
Right.
Elon Musk, and more. The Justice Department says the Epstein files.
What's funny? I swear.
After all these redactions, all this time, we're
I swear, the least amount of reporting that I've seen was on Bill Clinton. I haven't seen like shit on Bill Clinton.
That's true. That's a
on
very
any
good
of my
point.
feeds.
Yeah,
Even
neither
though he's
have I, but
in
I
there,
guess
you know.
Yeah, and like implicitly tied with Donald Trump.
I assume because nobody fucking cares, because we already knew.
Yeah.
It was a month and a half past the deadline for which all the.
Whoa, what are all those Is that an Arctic Monkeys poster back there? Okay. I don't know who this guy is. Maybe he's a lawyer or something, but he looks like he walked into a frame store. And he was just like, just give me those. Okay. It's not totally relevant.
You have a number of examples of Elon basically emailing back and forth with Jeffrey Epstein and visiting Epstein Island.
That's what he was saying to him. Hi.
This email
hey, cool, I got a free airstrip.
Elon, who sort of initiated and was trying to go to Epstein
That's what I was curious, if the airstrip would become mine after I took that tile.
Elon was the one who asked.
Okay, swear to God, one more side note here. This little video is way more cinematic than it should be. Kyle here. I'm gonna speed it up. Check this out.
Oh
my God, Jesus, Kyle!
Bill Gates apparently got STDs from.
That's dangerous, man.
It was very bizarre.
Or he's drunk driving. Watch this.
So, let me get this straight. A lot.
Oh no! That's dangerous too. Okay, that's enough. Sorry, just trying to have some fun here. Just out here trying to have some fun, like.
Hassan Parker.
Okay. Shout out to Kyle there. Sorry that I made you. Sorry that I made you reckless driving. You're not. So anyway, I did see this over the weekend. Bizarre. Bunch of more bizarre stuff over the weekend. More of this J.E. guy we've been hearing so much about. And basically, you could sum up this story, like, pretty quickly. It's sort of like with Trump. It's like all these guys are basically doing the same thing. They're like, I never met that guy. And if I did meet that guy, I told him to shut the hell up and get away from me. If I did meet that guy, which I didn't, I told him to shut the hell up. And I warned everyone about that guy, and I said that they should tell him to shut the hell up. So they're all saying that publicly, and then you look in the emails, and they're like, I love you. You check the emails, and they're like, you're my best friend. When can we hang out? All the time? Hopefully all the time. So that's basically the whole story. It's like a bunch of them. There's this guy, Howard Lutnick, whatever. You could go look him up. He's got, like, this bizarre interview. This guy went way over the top with I'd never even seen that guy.
I say to him,
yeah?
Massage table in the middle of your house? How often you have a massage?
Calm down, man.
And he says, every day. And then he gets
why are you acting like that in an interview anyway? That is pretty weird to come up with a story like that, and talk like that. Like you're doing a Moth. If anybody remembers the Moth, where people would get all intense telling these stories. And I said to him. It's really weird to tell a story like this and like this. I saw that guy once, and I marched right up to his little butt, and I said, you seem like a creep, you idiot. I mean, I have radar for this kind of thing. I can really root out a creep. I have creep radar, I call it. This is this guy in an interview going on and on. I have creep radar, and mine went off right away, and I said, shut up, man.
If I ever see you again, I'm gonna kick that ass.
But then you go look at the emails, it's like, when should we meet? That's the weirdest thing to me, is just like these interviews where they're like, that guy, I told him to get the hell away from me. Okay, so anyway, on and on and on, and bet, and
Hassan Parker?
With that, but one of these guys that everybody's talking about is this guy. I don't really know who he is. He's involved in technology in some sort or another.
Iluma!
Okay, what the hell is this right here? This is from The Guardian. Your taxes done for you, $150 all in. Sorry, I was reading the wrong part. What does this crap say right here?
Iluma!
Had more extensive and more friendly communications with this guy Epstein than previously publicly known, according to documents released Friday.
I'm repairing
Emails
the pyramids
in the files appear to show the two cordially messaging each other on two separate occasions to make plans for
No, this got damaged again.
Iluma!
Along with
Hassan Parker
to visit Epstein's Island. The documents include Musk and Epstein emailing in both 2012 and 13 to determine when Musk should make the trip.
Is it time yet for
back
what?
and forth. Do you have any parties planned? I've been working on the edge of sanity this year, and so once my kids go home for Christmas, I really want to hit the party scene. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for, Musk wrote. Blah, blah, blah. Then Musk sent an email suggesting that the visit wouldn't take place, saying logistics won't work out this time, won't work this time. Musk has been harshly critical of those linked to Epstein.
Except friendship.
But the newly released emails appear to contradict his own long-standing denial of any ties of his own. Hey, shut up!
No.
He doesn't have nothing to do
Then
with
my
that guy,
spies
man.
will be
The
kicked
Tesla
out.
CEO told Vanity Fair in 2019 that Epstein was obviously a creep.
How will they
and claimed
steal
that
your gold?
Epstein tried repeatedly to get me to visit
much
his
gold do
island.
you
I
want? I have so
declined.
much.
Okay. Okay, so people
The
are
one-
talking about this.
the
They're
stuff
like,
that's in
I
my
thought that
spy's
guy
hands."
said- what did the guy say? I thought that guy said he just thought that guy was a creep. But then what the hell are these emails, man?
What the hell are these goddamn emails then?
There's a lot of that. Obviously the stories don't match up here. I told that guy to shut the hell up. That guy came off to me as a bit of a creep. And then all these emails come out. You're my best friend.
I love you.
When can we hang out? P.S. I love you. Like that kind of thing.
They can only
so I don't know. I
steal
was
so much
wondering,
at a
like, there's
time.
all these Musk fans. Muskrats, people call them. I believe that's not nice. There's all these Musk fans. Like, what are they saying? How do you get around this one? Because all these guys have to pretend to be, these Epstein things. We got to get those out, man. And then they're like, no, it's not that big a deal or whatever. And these guys all love Elon Musk. So, like, what do they get? What do you do? Now what do you do, So I was looking around and I found one guy. I found one guy on the internet.
Time for
who
what?
has technically a lot of views. Are these real views? I don't know. But I found one guy on the internet who's really doing one of these.
I'm having a hard time. What's up, guys? It's Benny. Yesterday was a bombshell day for those.
It's so weird. Like, right off the bat, is this an AI? That's sort of weird when you have to ask, is this an AI? Is this an AI?
What's up, guys? It's Benny. Yesterday was a bombshell.
What's up, guys? It's Benny.
What's up, guys? Okay. That's enough.
Day for those who have been following the Epstein files release or lack thereof. However, the fact that they were emailing back and forth led a lot of people to suspect that maybe Elon was lying. And we said, well, what is Elon going to say about this? Because he's obviously always talked about Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein was constantly asking Elon Musk to come visit him. Why wouldn't you do that? You've already destroyed and blackmailed the richest man on earth with Bill Gates. Why not go after the next richest man on earth? Now the richest man on earth. I think we should start with this one. Elon Musk has always told the truth about his interactions with Jeffrey Epstein. In a 2019 interview, Elon said, he tried repeatedly to get me to visit his island. I declined. Okay. Well, that is what the emails show. Let's listen to what Elon has to say here. No one harder than me to have the Epstein files released. And I'm glad that it finally happened.
Oh, God, this is kind of funny.
When's the cool
There's all
party,
these kind of crazy,
Jeff?
bizarre,
When's the party?
weird
Can I
channels on
come?
YouTube,
Hey, do we need
And I
to
guess this
organize
is
Elon
like a
to come to
Musk,
the island?
MAGA guy. And it's like, okay, how do you deal with this? This guy's kind of caught. How the hell do you deal with this? How do I spin this? I gotta very cleverly and carefully spin this one. And the whole story is that this guy,
Iluma.
AKA
Hassan Parker.
Okay. This guy,
Iluma.
he's like, that guy kept inviting me, and I kept telling him to go straight to hell. I kept telling him to go to back where he came from, which is back to hell. But then the emails come out, and it turns out it's like, these emails look like you're asking to go there. So that's different. But I like that this guy's spin is like, man, no. Actually, what Elon Musk said is true.
Uranium. Get
that
out of
guy
here.
was asking him to go, and he said no.
Paid for you before I knew you cost that.
Okay, that's it. I mean,
Don't
it's
want
funny.
you.
Like, you would expect somebody allegedly who got 317,000 views, allegedly, in one day. You'd expect him to be like, I don't know, that's fake or something. I don't know. That's some other Elon Musk. It's a common name or something. And it's basically just like, oh yeah, the emails contradict what he was saying. And this guy's basically saying, no, they don't. Okay, all right. Okay.
Even though there's nothing there. There's no evidence of anything there.
Okay.
Invitations to come to his island or his parties doesn't mean Elon did anything wrong. By the way, Epstein invited hundreds of thousands and tens of thousands of people to these parties from all over.
Right.
Anyway.
Right, that would be different. That would be different than asking to go. Right, that would be different. Right? Than
Iluma.
asking to go. Okay, maybe we need to back up. Being invited and then saying no is different than you asking to go there, right? And then this guy's like, no, actually, no. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay, got it. Those are the same. How's that? Just is. Oh, okay. All right. Check you later, dude. Bye-bye. We're more just dealing with the nature of reality
Bye-bye.
itself here. That's kind of interesting.
All these good things. This is a user posting all the things that Elon's done to save civilization. Elon and I have had our disagreements, but I can tell you.
Okay, that's kind of interesting. Okay, maybe these what is it? How do you say that number? 317,000, I believe, is how that's pronounced. Views in one day video. Maybe I'm missing it, that this is a comedy. This is like a satire. That part's funny too, because he's like, oh, look at this tweet I brought up. This Twitter person is listing all the great things that Elon Musk does to save the whole world, the whole wide world, and the whole universe. That's funny. It's like, no, by the way, just to make it clear, what I done here is I brought up a bunch of tabs of pro Elon Musk posts. Okay. Pretty compelling, hard-hitting Ken Klippenstein style crap here.
Here's, of course, one of the many photos of Bill Gates and his bestie, Jeffrey Epstein. They were in business together.
Nobody cares.
Oh.
And they were doing
Actually,
a lot
the Bill
more than
Gates stuff
business,
is
you know what I
probably
mean? And suggested that all was desperate to be his friend. Okay. Bill Gates angrily denied the allegations.
This is sort of interesting, man. This is an interesting channel right here. This is a fascinating channel right here, man. How many views on this one? 300K. Real? Oh, 300K? Real, though? And I'm still old enough where I can't immediately spot an AI thing, so I also cannot confirm nor deny whether or not this is an AI character. But it's interesting. I guess interesting might be a stretch. But I guess that's what this channel is. It's like anybody who's in Trump world is good, and the other guys are bad. Because he goes on and on with this thing about Bill Gates, who is in those emails, you know? There's like damning stuff in there. I mean, all these guys are doing the same thing. They're like, I never seen him. I never even laid eyes on that guy.
Damn.
I never laid emails on that guy. You know, but then there are emails, so it's all kind of the same stuff. But there's a funny part in here where, you know, he's like, Bill Gates said that Epstein wanted to be his friend, but he didn't want to be friends. And then this Benny guy goes,
Venice?
Yeah, right. It's like, do you
remember the
previous segment where the guy
you're not getting away that
And
easy,
then
Venice.
there's emails that contradict
You're the real
that.
villain.
You know, I asked this guy Benny that. What about that though? And he's like, that never happened. Oh, okay. I feel like that's how that conversation would go, and then we feel like that's how that conversation would go, and then I would go, okay.
Yeah. I
gotta
about
be
to
getting
anyway.
the hell out of here.
So I don't think that this really holds water.
Right.
That Bill Gates just like didn't want a relationship.
Okay.
I don't know about I don't think this quote's gonna do it, man. Right?
Very sleepy too. There's a sleepiness to this channel.
He's done doing stuff new game.
Hey, there's a very feeling to this channel. Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one. I guess that's this guy's job to just be like,
how
the
much?
guys that
What's
I
your unit
like,
expense?
the guys
cost?
that I do talk about that I like can do no wrong, even if the evidence supports
Can you form
the complete opposite. But it's funny to look at two things that are basically the same. I mean, that's basically what we're doing. It's kind of hilarious. Looking at two things that are basically the same. Oh, you said you had nothing to do with this guy, but you're all over these emails. Both of those guys. And then this guy's like, yeah, exactly, except not the one that I like. Oh, okay. All right. Also, I have to say, like, this is the first time I really watched this channel. I clicked through, like, all this guy's videos.
Worthless
like, most
builder.
recent
That doesn't
videos.
matter at
and
this
I gotta
point.
say, man,
I'm just
this
clearing
is,
tiles
like,
with
the
him
worst.
because what else
This
is
guy's
there
channel
to do?
is the
Well,
absolute
that's pretty much what
worst
I've been
use
doing
of
too.
AI. I mean, there is just AI all over this thing, man. The use of AI on this channel is... like, this guy has found something beyond slop. You know how people are always like, oh, that's slop. AI slop. Like, this guy's doing something worse than slop with AI. This is like sludge or
15
something. There
turns
should
left
be a worse than slop category, sludge. And then below that is just... This might be... I mean, the AI on this channel is like... It should be criminalized. Like, if there's anybody on the fence, like, I don't know, maybe some of this AI slop is kind of funny or something, you know, look at this channel and you'll be like, okay, we really gotta limit this thing, man. Also, there's stuff on this channel where it's just like, it's sort of like with Ben Shapiro where you're like, oh, this is like a Broadway guy or something.
Mm-hmm.
This is some kind of a musical, like wanted to be an actor kind of guy or something. What is this? Like, how does this appeal to his audience kind of stuff? Like, why are they listening to this dweeb, you know? Like, one of the things he did, I mean, this is like even worse than AI sludge somehow. But he opens one of these videos with this is not a joke, like a scene from Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. You know, this great movie where they like superimposed Bill Gates and Elon Musk's head over the martial arts people.
Over the karate ninjas, I call them.
And like Elon Musk is like the really cool karate guy in this thing. It's really like you watch this stuff and it's like, what world is this? Where these people are like huge Musk fans and like huge Trump fans, but they also are gonna instantly recognize a scene from Crouching Tiger. Oh, that's Ang Lee's masterpiece. That's Ang Lee's masterpiece. It got an older Chow Yun-Fat in it. Oh, that was a great piece of film right there. Also, I love Elon Musk and Trump. Is there one guy like that?
It defies logic, but, well, these are not logical people that we're dealing with. President Trump saying on his plane that he plans on filing billions of dollars worth of lawsuits against...
Yeah, this is...
Hey. Who are you killing over there? Hey.
Bunch of stuff.
Who are you killing over there?
Bunch of stuff. Hey. Hey. What are you hitting? Capital? My most productive city. Damn, that was a big nuke. It almost took out 3 cities. If you positioned it better, it would have taken out 3 cities.
Don't need to.
No, not Argentine Munich. A random tile? Did you just use a robot to take it? Nice.
Oh, you still have Delhi. Makes sense.
I do. My entire air force is across the ocean.
Now what's all this? Why my policies go away?
The crazy little channel right here.
That's a little
That's a little crazy channel right here. I mean, obviously, you know, any normal person sees, you just see the beginning of one of these videos with the AI stuff and you're like, okay, this is trash with, you know, I'm guessing most likely a bunch of fake views. I'm not watching this, but this is a crazy job.
I think
this is a crazy job to be doing where you're like, you know, all these guys are kind of getting caught in the same thing. You know, I never even seen that guy.
I never even heard of the name of that guy.
And then it's just like a bunch of emails, you know. And this guy's like, well, it's good. The guys are good of the ones that I've been promoting on this channel still. But the guys that I've not been promoting on this channel, they are in big trouble or whatever. And it's funny too, he's like, oh man, that Bill Gates got caught, man. And Bill Gates was definitely all wrapped up in this. So it seems, it does appear to suggest allegedly. But there's another guy who, you know, just totally got caught in a fibberoo. You know, he goes on the New York Post. That guy, what is his name? Lutnick? This is a guy who was in the Trump administration. He's like, I went to that guy's house once, just try to be
That's fine.
nice.
I can
try to
still
help him,
upgrade shit,
actually.
I just
That guy
can't,
seemed trouble, so I went over there and was like, man, you gotta get it together,
fix
man.
anything that's
Whatever you're
destroyed,
doing, I
that's really
suspect it's probably
So even
bad.
though
I
the
have no
city
idea.
center's destroyed,
But I
can't-
would imagine it's bad. Don't do it.
Yeah, 'cause you can't until you have builders clear the radiation.
Yeah.
So that's why you can. That's all you can. Sometimes, often when you get hit with a thermonuke, the only thing you can do is build builders, liquidators.
Like the military engineers.
No, I don't think military engineers can actually do it. Because I thought they did, and then I tried to use one, and it didn't. I am from Lithuania.
Well, because
Lithuania is
I
mentioned 1,200
used one to
times in
clear-
the Epstein files,
maybe
and
it was
he
the
has
builder.
Lithuanian blood because his grandparents come from Lithuania.
Good day,
Who
sir.
knows? Wait, what?
And then you look at the emails like, can I please come?
Epstein?
Can I
All
please
my
come
trade
back?
routes
Bring my whole
stopped
family?"
being
But
active
he doesn't
because they
like
were all
even
going to
mention
you.
that guy. That's what I would imagine you would do.
hilarious.
I don't know why you even if I had to do this humiliating thing here, I would probably just like not bring it up. I'd be like, so that Bill Gates, man, guy sucks. What about the other guys? I don't know. I don't have time. Or something like that. It's sort of weird. It's like, why would you even bring up the Elon Musk thing? Oh, look, Elon Musk is caught in the exact same thing, but he's not, though. Okay, can you work that out for me? No, I cannot, and I will not. Okay? Bye. Bye, I guess. That's what I looked over at Tim Pool, my newsman, my beautiful, handsome, yes, handsome, newsman Tim Pool, and it's just like, I don't know, he's taking the day off or something. So it's just the Tim Pool players, the Tim Pool dancers, and they just don't even bring up the Musk thing or the other guy, the other Trump guy. They're just like, Bill Gates sucks. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's how you do that. That's how you do it, man.
But the emails, as they were released, were very difficult to sift through.
Right.
And with the passage of a little bit of time,
Yeah.
you could look back at their correspondence and start
Go
piecing
ahead, Ryan.
together a lot of what they were up to.
Okay, this is another strange thing right here, man. That's this guy, Brian. He goes by Brian Grimm. He's a reporter, I believe. Brian Grimm, a.k.a.
Tassan Parker,
a.k.a.
Paul Bet Davidson.
He goes by those aliases. He does this website, Drop Site News. He's talking about it there, how they created like a whole, I don't know, some kind of a website where you could search through these emails. So it's kind of
Oh, all my tiles stopped being radioactive.
because they're finding all this stuff,
The
and
stuff
then like all
that
the
war
other
we had
news
with
is just
Phoenicia.
kind of ignoring it. Okay.
Oh my God.
But one of the things he found, he like just uploaded this today. The day that I'm recording this, they just uploaded this, and I listened to the whole thing. It's 2 hours. 2 hours. And it's this guy, Steve Bannon, a.k.a.
Paul Bet Davidson.
This is something that people were like speculating for a long time about. It's like a Steve Bannon. That guy, Steve Bannon, was trying to do a documentary with him or something. But for some reason, this guy Epstein talks for 2 hours with Steve Bannon. You could go listen to it. It's on the Drop Site News YouTube. And it's like bizarre. It's bizarre because it's basically Steve Bannon like leading this guy, kind of leading him with these questions. And mostly what they talk about is like the 2008 financial crisis stuff. It's a bizarre video. It's kind of weird that none of the bigger news, whatever, are talking about this because people have been speculating on this forever. They're like, what's he saying in that interview? Why did that guy even do that interview with that guy? But if you go watch it, it's pretty weird because the whole thing is about the 2008 financial crisis, finance, mathematics.
All these pointless
and, like,
moves
most
moving
interesting,
these
if you go
fucking
listen
builders
to it,
around.
Steve Bannon keeps talking about how
Or
smart
traders.
Epstein is. He's like, man, you're like the smartest guy in the room, man. So you, as the smartest
I
guy
have
in the
20,
world,
and
what
all
do you
my
have to say
trade
about
routes
this,
just
man?
ended because
And
they're
this
all
is
going
like
to you.
after this guy like went to jail and stuff. They even like
Yeah,
they kind of mentioned, oh, you were in jail. You were in jail at the time, man. They never talk about why
what's
he
this
was
guy?
in jail. So the actual interview is
I have a
like
guy who can build
nothing.
wonders
There's like
over
nothing.
here that
so
I've
then
just
the
been
real
sitting
interesting
on.
thing is like, what's the point of this
Just haven't
interview?
been
What
using
are,
it.
what are you doing here?
Yeah, 'cause
what are you doing
I-
here, Steve?
there
You're
hasn't
just
been
talking about
wonders
how
that-
smart this
that
guy
are
is and how
worth
much
building,
he knows about the most complicated subjects of the world. But you never go into any of the jail stuff. How'd you make all your money? He doesn't really go into this, at least in this video. Maybe there's more. But in this video, it's like, what the hell is this? What the hell
Let's
exactly
repair
is
these
going
solar
behind,
panels
on
that there's
behind
no
the scenes
point to
with this
repair.
thing?
The Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan doing it all day.
Oh my God, goddammit.
I had to check in with Joe on this one. I check in with Joe on a lot of stuff, you know? Hey, my brain's not working.
I need vitamin for that.
And Joe never, what is the word? Never. Joe never lets me down on that kind of thing. So this Joe came up for me. What is this? Greg Fitzsimmons. Greg Fitzsimmons. Oh, I like him. He's funny. And I was wondering, like, oh, this just came out today. I wonder if my man Joe's talking about this.
Right, and that's what the crazy thing about the Epstein leaks today. The one email.
I'll give you a link.
And we're here.
That says that Bill Gates wanted to get from him antibiotics to give to Melinda. Who knows if that's true, though? Here's the thing, like,
right?
Hey,
Epstein
Joe Rogan's
clearly
doing it right.
Was some sort of a blackmailer.
Who knows
Okay,
if
so
it's
that's
true is
about it.
correct.
That's about it.
That's about it for that.
Remember, Elon Musk has been on Joe Rogan's podcast literally 400 and 1,000 million times. And that's talking minimum.
Fuck
Let me
your
go down to
yields.
the comments here. This is like one of the top comments. Joe. Hey, Joe. I'm going to address Joe directly. Joe, when Elon is around next time,
Iluma.
please ask him why he never told you he was on the island. I like this. Thanks, Joe. What are people saying about this? You'll have to settle for talk about trans volleyball players. Okay, here's the next comment. Your boy, Elon is in those files too, Joe.
Your boy.
Hey, Joe, your boy Elon is in those files too. Joe quick to bring up Gates, though. Hey, this is funny, too. A lot of people requesting to have Ricky Gervais on the show. There's like, I saw 2 of these at the top. What is Ricky doing some kind of bot thing? Okay, anyway. Release all the files, Joe. Whoa! Inner Circle is in those files. Joey. Hey. That's disrespectful, man. Okay, quick message to those commenters. Shut up, morons. Because Joe does talk about it, you morons. Joe does talk about it, you.
Hassan Parker.
Go ahead, Joe. Shut up, Greg. And commenters, go ahead, Joe.
Apparently, Elon is this Optimus robot is going to change the world.
Yeah.
Everybody that I know has seen it. When
Yeah.
this thing integrates with AI,
Okay.
you're going to have a dude in your house.
Thank God.
You're going to have a super genius robot dude in your house.
What does he look
Cool.
Oh, that's a rough one, man. Poor Joe.
Oh, poor little Joe.
I mean, basically, this is barely an exaggeration. You know, he's like, how about that Epstein stuff, man?
How about that Epstein stuff?
Man, that Bill Gates. It's weird. I don't know. Maybe it was fake. Maybe it was blackmail. Anyway, what else? Oh, Elon Musk. He's going to make a guy. Elon Musk is making a guy that you can tell what to do. Oh, is that the only thing about him? This is Greg. No, is that the only thing about him in the news? Yeah. He's making a guy.
Liberate
you can
city
own a
to
guy.
Lenin.
Okay, anything else, Joe? Nope, that's it. He's working on a guy that you can tell what to do, and that's about all he's been doing. Should we look on Twitter, Joe? No, we should not. Greg. Shut up, Greg. That'd be funny if they just got into a little kid fight. Shut up, Greg. Hey, you've had him on your show like 20,000 times, Joe. Might be worth talking about. He's kind of at the top of the news right now. Whatever, Greg. Get the heavy bag ready. You just earned yourself a heavy bag timeout, Greg. Then Joe does his classic move that I made up, where he's got a heavy bag off screen that he starts kicking,
Leave them
and Greg
alone.
Fitzsimmons just sits there watching Joe doing this. I mean, the Joe show has gotten, like, past ridiculous now with this stuff. I mean, Greg Fitzsimmons seems like a funny guy. I don't know too much about him. He seems pretty funny. But even he, like, every guest who's like a Joe friend, it seems like, what am I allowed to say now, Jim?
Gotta be careful when you're on the Joe Show.
Like, it's very eggshells, Joe's like, so how about the Epstein thing? I did see that, Joe. Okay, so Joe, real quick, what are we allowed to talk about here?
What should I be avoiding, Joe?
That's so funny, Joe, he's like, that goddamn Bill Gates, man. Oh, that goddamn Bill Gates. Could be blackmailed, but, man, that's quite the thing with Bill Gates. Anyway, in other news, Elon Musk means everything he says.
Down there, it could land right in your face.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
I like the way Joe's looking at Greg. That's a weird. Hold on, let's watch that again.
It could land right in your face.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
I'll land right on your face.
Yeah.
That's odd.
I went
Okay.
to SpaceX
Okay.
for the launch of the last rocket. I watched the launch.
Oh,
Jamie
nice.
did too. We were right there.
Okay. And leave Jamie out of it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Leave Jamie out of this, man. He didn't do anything, man. Okay, so I think we covered everything. Iluma. There we go. Ship shape. Okay, there we go, guys. Another one.
Weird stuff.
Unless you've been living in a cave or haven't had access to the internet for the past 3 days or so, you're probably aware that there was a new tranche of Epstein documents recently released by the Department of Justice. And they're terrible. They're really bad. They are so much worse than what I think a lot of people were expecting. Now, let me assure you, you ain't seen nothing yet. Like, it's bad now. It's gonna get worse. But I think a lot of people were really kind of stunned by the content of these. So I figured I'd make a video kind of going through some of the highlights, if I can use that word, of these files. So I'm going to begin with the two files that have gotten probably the most social media buzz and contain probably the most lurid content, but also are the ones that need the biggest disclaimer. So with this, something that is frustrating that happened is that mixed in with these Epstein files are documents recording tips given to the FBI. Now, a big part of why most of these files took this long to release is because I think that they couldn't trust the general public with the contents of FBI tip files, as the general public has immediately shown that they can't be trusted with. You see, something that's important to remember about these FBI tip files is that these are by law required to be generated anytime someone calls in a tip to the FBI. And I think a lot of the claims made in these are being kind of quoted out of context. So, like, I'm not saying that they're wrong. It's just there's no burden of proof for these.
This is exactly what I'm saying, right?
These are to be used, like, you need to go and find a way to confirm claims made in this, and then you can extrapolate extra information from the claims if they're proven to be legitimate. These just are not automatically legitimate. This is the FBI report mentioning George H.W. Bush, read chronologically from beginning to end. On Tuesday, August 27th, 2019, myself and Special Agent Blank conducted an interview of purported victim of Jeffrey Epstein, as per referral by former FBI Special Agent Blank and journalist Michael Moore, not the filmmaker.
The results military or something?
At 1200 hours, a male identified as one Blank arrived at the C-20 office. Blank stated he was unemployed and resides with his mother and her unemployed morbidly obese boyfriend. Blank stated he has ingested hallucinogenic mushrooms as well as other illicit substances in the past and currently smokes marijuana. That doesn't really matter.
Correct.
Blank reported being raped, and then in parentheses, sodomized by his great uncle since the age of 5 until age 22. Blank described meeting Epstein at a yacht club in state of which his relatives were members, first at age 5 and later at age 8. Blank states he was raped, sodomized by Epstein in 2000 on a large yacht, 9 out of whatever, as well as by former President William J. Clinton. Blank states the also current President Trump, along with his wife Melania, were present during the said yacht trip in 2000. And then in parentheses, Trump was not married to his current spouse Melania until 2005. Blank reports while being raped by Epstein and Clinton, he was in a heavy drug-induced state. Blank reports that all the above incidents were recovered repressed memories until he began therapy sometime in 2016 approximately. Blank offered no supporting or corroborating evidence or witnesses that could be contacted. Blank appeared to me emotionally unbalanced and not intoxicated. At this time, it is not recommended that any investigative resources be expended concerning Blank's claim. So, that's good to keep in mind. And then following this, I'd like to add a few other points disclosed by the purported victim. While on this yacht, he witnessed African-American males having sex with white blonde females, all of whom were bleeding during intercourse. He was a victim of a type of ritualistic sacrifice in which his feet were cut with a scimitar but left no scarring. On the yacht, he witnessed babies being dismembered, their intestines removed, and individuals eating the feces from intestines. He was also raped by George H.W. Bush. Victim disclosed he was escorted to the FBI building by Michael Moore, who is the creator of True Pundit, described by multiple online sources as a conspiracy-driven news website that attempts to paint the FBI in a bad light. Moore has a criminal record as a result of an FBI investigation, copyright infringement. And then the reply, thanks, blank. I didn't realize Bush raped him too. Okay. So, this is the problem with the FBI tips, right? Because there's a lot of real stuff in these files, but people seem to not be able to really discern the differences.
Exactly.
So the next one that I want to get out of the way first, because if I don't talk about this, people are going to be like, oh, why are you running cover? There's, like, the yellow background things where it's just, like, cropped statements. This is a collection of tips to the FBI regarding Trump and Epstein. The initial version of it was sent the initial version of it that's been recorded just has the notable names and then the complaint summary. There's a follow-up version, which nobody seems to be posting pictures of, that includes response, like what happens as a result of these claims being made. Blank reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform oral sex on President Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. Friend told Alexis she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred. The friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing oral sex. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting President Trump. The friend also said she was abused by Epstein. Response: spoke with caller who identified blank as friend. Lead was sent to Washington office to conduct interview. Next one. Blank reported she has a friend, blank, who was a personal assistant to Epstein in Florida from 1986 until 1991 or 1992. This friend shared names of some of the guests at Epstein's parties, to include Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. Response: 2 voicemails left, no response received. Here's another one. At age 16, while modeling, caller attended 8 parties at Epstein's New York residence. On one occasion, caller reported that she was sexually assaulted by Epstein. On another occasion, her 2 twin brothers, Alan and Orrin, lured caller and her friends upstairs, but they escaped back downstairs. Caller stated that Orrin raped her best friend, and a third brother, Tal, raped a 14-year-old girl named Blank. Caller named other individuals involved in a big orgy party with her, other young girls, and other Victoria's Secret models, including Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. Online complainant reported she was a victim and witness to a sex trafficking ring at the Trump golf course in Rancho Palos Verdes, California, between 1995 and 1996. Complainant reported that Ghislaine Maxwell was the madam and broker for sex parties, clients of whom included Epstein, Robin Leach, and Donald Trump. Complainant reported participating in orgies and that some girls went missing, rumored to have been murdered and buried at the facility. Complainant reported being threatened by Trump's head of security there, that if she ever talked of what went on there or what she saw, she would end up as fertilizer for the back 9 holes like the other. Complainant claims to have video of high-profile sex parties dealing with cartels, having witnessed Robin Leach strangle a young girl to death at a party. The response to this: complainant was spoken to and deemed not credible. Additional research showed 3 separate, and then here it's blanked out, but then another one, 3 separate instances of institutionalization for psychological issues. It's frustrating to see those 2 being given the bulk of the actual attention here, because there's a lot of stuff in these files that is, if anything, worse, and actually from Epstein. All right, let's start going through these. Now, here we go. To blank from Jeffrey Epstein. Where are you? Are you okay?
This is great.
I loved
This is
the torture
exactly
video.
What I was saying, right? Like, report it accurately. Like, some of the stuff in there is so ridiculous. It was like, I was like, okay, come on, guys. This is the frizzle pop shit where we're fucking, like, drinking baby blood and stuff. Like, when you hear something, like, ridiculous, like drinking baby blood, just, like, fucking check it. Just look into it a little further.
Yeah.
And fucking come to the conclusion that that was, like, all that stuff is FBI tip stuff. And like he said, there's worse shit in there than the fucking, like, killing a kid on a yacht.
Epstein. Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video. So just there's a lot of evidence of just actual malfeasance here. Fun fact, the person that this is being sent to, by all indications, was Benjamin Netanyahu.
You catch that? You need me to rewind?
I'm aware of Netanyahu's connections here.
Now, here we go. To blank from Jeffrey Epstein. Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video. So just there's a lot of evidence of just actual malfeasance here. Fun fact, the person that this is being sent to, by all indications, was Benjamin Netanyahu. Credit to Kalani Gosh for pointing that one out.
So he's telling Netanyahu is fucking sending him torture videos. What kind of torture videos have you seen that they've been filming out of Israel? Because I can think of it's a specific type of torture that we keep getting reports of.
I'm not sure.
Oh, it's the sodomy. They're putting broom handles and stuff up the prisoners' butts and stuff.
Yes. Okay. Are they still doing that?
This was
now,
an
I'd
old
like to
email.
Just take a moment right now to thank Krushiki Supply Co.
What do you think
for
Netanyahu
being
is sending that guy?
One company willing to sponsor this video. They are really like maybe the best internet surplus, military surplus company. Definitely the weirdest in terms of the stuff they sell. Great guys, they're great sense of humor. Very, very, very interesting selection. Have you ever wanted a this item? They have this item. They have this item. There will be a link and code in the description. I would like to extend, once again, my thanks to Krushiki Supply Co. / Krushiki Industries for being willing to sponsor this video. Now, this one is a tip that actually seems to have more credibility to it. This originated from the Southern District of New York U.S. Attorney's Office and was sent along to the FBI. I got a really strange phone call as a subject line. Importance normal. This guy's name is blank, number is blank, mother's name is blank. So he tells me that he and his mother have been kidnapped several times and brought across state lines because he is the son of a hitman / drug dealer, blank. He did not know that Jeffrey Epstein was one of the men in the group that ordered the kidnapping of him and his mother until he saw his picture in the paper. He was tortured by this group, and he recognized the face in the paper as one of the people that ordered the kidnapping and watched with his very affluent group torture him and his mother and kill his attorney. He reported the kidnapping several times to Special Agent Blank in Orange County, California. Sorry, I have to send you the phone calls I get. Blank, Victim Witness Coordinator, USAO, SDNY. This is more interesting. Now, there are a lot of emails in here referring to pizza in very strange ways. This is one from Roy Hodges to Jeffrey Epstein from Saturday, March 9th, 2013. I wanted to let you know the crew really appreciated the pizza today. Thank you for letting us do that. Roy and Stephanie Hodges. Here you go. This one is from blank, and it's just a April 2nd, 2016. A blanked out email address sends an email with the subject line, The Pizza Monster. It appears to include an image and then a shocked emoji and then sent from my iPhone. Jeffrey Epstein replies, she looks pregnant. And then the original sender of this replies later that month, April 26th, you mean radiating a soft glow with the look of bliss and excitement. Yeah, that's the pizza.
Are you telling
Here's
me
one
QAnon
from
was
blank to Jeffrey Epstein vacation.
Are you telling me the QAnon was actually
Jeffrey
correct?
Epstein is behind QAnon.
Hilarious.
That's part of this.
Wait, QAnon came from Pole as well?
That's the main place it grew out of. But Bannon as well. Bannon's
I
the
thought
big
it came
part
from
of it.
8chan. I thought Pol came from 8chan, not Pol.
No, but it's all stems from Bannon's
Okay.
shit. Who even Jeffrey Epstein said is the devil.
Did you see that?
Recur throughout this.
Ghislaine
To and
Maxwell was
from
a
are both
Redditor?
redacted. Subject.
A what?
Alert.
A severe redditor.
Oh yeah. We've known that for a
Fucking
long time.
Hilarious. I cackled.
Send pizza to Bobby at 1 p.m. Don't know why they need to redact who that's from. From Daphne Wallace, sent to Jeffrey Epstein. May I bring in your slice of pizza to you? Respectfully, Daphne. 6 p.m. That's an odd email to get. So here's one. So it's just from blank, subject, slicing a pizza to blank. And it just says hilarious, and then apparently it has an image. This gets forwarded to someone else, a bunch of Hebrew text. It gets forwarded to a guy named Yadin Dudai, with subject forward slicing a pizza. It gets
His
forwarded
name's Dudai?
again to
Like
Prime Minister
Duty?
Ehud Barak, and Ehud Barak forwards it to Epstein, writing just FYI. Epstein responds to Ehud Barak, former Prime Minister of Israel, funny, equivalent to people that feel that on leap year they get an extra say. Something to remember, the official FBI investigation into Jeffrey Epstein was called Operation Leap Year. So, that seems to be connected.
Interesting, huh?
Slicing a pizza. What does that mean? This is from Jeffrey Epstein to Michael Wolff. Achilles heel, misspelled. Melania, transcript. Melania also focused on dates of porn star before birth of Barron or after. They also now have 2 army people escorting her kids to school. Smiley face. Which is a bizarre email. This one is from blank to blank. That's been redacted. Subject, huge problem. Hi, Ricky. I'm sorry, I know that you were busy, but a bunch of my old emails have disappeared, and they are very important. In my inbox, I have a subfolder named Leap Year, and it looks like everything earlier than September 2007 is now gone. Is there a way to retrieve them? They are now the subject of some litigation, so it's really important. Thank you, blank. Here's one from Jeffrey Epstein to Martin Nowak, who is a mathematician at Harvard. Subject, blank. And the email just reads, did you torture her? Torture appears to be a recurring theme here. This is from Jeffrey Epstein to blank. How about a hit list for next subjects to ice cream boarding, my version of torture? Then the person he sends it to replies, what is ice cream boarding? Waterboarding with ice cream? I imagine today is torture for you, all the food and talk about food and cooking of food and gorging oneself. Happy Turkey Day anyways. Ice cream boarding? So the explanation that seems to make the most sense that I've seen is that ice cream is used as a slang term for methamphetamine, and this would refer to forcibly overdosing someone with meth, which is like a well-known thing that occurs in types of torture, but here's one. This is a screenshot of Epstein using Skype. He's talking to a contact of his on Skype just called Torture. I am still waiting and watching the melting cheese drip. Smiley face sent via BlackBerry. Watching the melted cheese drip to your Skype contact named Torture? Are they melting children? What the fuck? To Jeffrey Epstein, from blank. I give you permission to kill him. He is apparently with blank. He lied to you, and he lied to me. Sent from my iPhone. To Jeffrey Epstein, from Urban Zen. Title, save the date, feed raiser, benefiting the children of Haiti. And then the entire thing is redacted. Whole page. I don't know how much you guys know about Haiti, but that doesn't seem good. Same day, Jeffrey Epstein writes, "Whoops," and then the person whose first name appears to be Susan, just because they kind of half-assed their action here. "No one will lie to you and get away with it from me. No one. Whoops is correct. Sent from my iPhone." Eva Dubin wrote, "Mary Kennedy found dead in her backyard. Sent from my Verizon wireless BlackBerry." Jeffrey Epstein replies, "Whoops."
All right, I'll be back in a second.
Here is Jeffrey Epstein sending the leaked Podesta emails to Peter Thiel. Here we go. Here's one. "Hello, Inside Edition is asking if Anthony Weiner is expected to testify against Jeffrey Epstein, or if Mr. Weiner has cooperated in any way prior to Mr. Epstein's arrest."
Weiner.
Here's one from Daphne Wallace to Jeffrey Epstein. The same Daphne Wallace, actually, that was asking him if she had his permission to bring in his pizza slice. It's just a email to do with basically renovations, but of these renovations, there's 4 picture file names that are completely redacted, which is very, very odd. On Saturday, May 2nd, 2009, Blank writes, "If you are not too busy," and then sends a video. 1 minute, 6 seconds long. So response, Jeffrey Epstein writes, "I watched them all. Please don't send anymore." And then Ghislaine Maxwell sends to Jeffrey Epstein in this email chain, "Sorry, I have no stomach for even the slightest aggro. I don't have the stomach for it or for any drama, imaginary or real. I'm still fragile off the last one and scared of shadows." Now that's a really ominous thing to say. Now, unfortunately, I regret to inform you that the funniest email in all of these turned out to be fake, which is from Elon, subject, Epic Island Vacation. "Hi, Jeff. I was thinking of flying down for an epic vacation. Blank told me you were planning a party. Girls for the win. I cleared my calendar. What are the details? Thank you, good sir. E." And then Jeffrey Epstein Vacation to Gmax. "Deal with this. Thank you." And then from Jelaine, "I'm so sorry, Elon. You just missed JE. He actually told me he was thinking of winding down the entire Little St. James operation. Bummer. If it starts up again, we'll be sure to let you know." Now, I initially thought this one was real too. The tone of the writing is really pretty spot on, but no, this is in fact fake, apparently. However, one particularly lurid one that does in fact appear to be real is this one to Bill Gates. "Dear Bill, I cannot believe that you have chosen to disregard our friendship developed over the course of the last 6 years. You decided to discharge me from my job, had Larry, your PR person, tell me that I engaged in morally inappropriate behavior, asked me to be the major actor in a cover-up so that you can maintain the reputation you've worked so hard to achieve, asked me to recommit to a confidentiality agreement, and told me that you not need direct relationship. Okay, so then here's a big, long, section on what Jeffrey Epstein claims he would have done if he was in Bill Gates' situation, blah, 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 blah. That's what I would have done had I been in your shoes. What I did receive, however, was an unfriendly, strongly worded email telling me how employable I am and I should not look to you for any significant financial help in the future. To add insult to the injury, you then implore me, please delete the emails regarding your STD, your request that I provide you antibiotics that you can surreptitiously give to Melinda, and the description of your penis. You also made it clear to me that I am not to refer to blank, as that is another topic that must remain between the two of us. In return for all these requests, which I would have done without a second thought, I am not to attend meetings with Melinda. I should continue to provide you the same level of service and dedication that I have done so diligently until you are ready to discard me in our friendship." Do you know how bad it is to be kind of on Epstein's side in an argument? "I have decided to resign my position effective immediately with BG3 and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I have not come to this decision quickly or without a great deal of thought. During the past few weeks, I have been caught up in a severe marital dispute between Melinda and Bill. I have the greatest respect for my friend of 7 years and wish them both well. In my role as his right hand, I have been asked and wrongly acquiesced into participating in things that have ranged from the morally inappropriate to the ethically unsound, and have been repeatedly asked to do things that get near and potentially over the line into the illegal. Though it was kindly suggested that I make a transition to a new position after my 6 years of servitude, and that Bill would, in his words, give me 2 years severance pay, I feel it would be dishonest to myself and to my future, from helping Bill to get drugs in order to deal with the consequences of sex with Russian girls, to facilitating his illicit trysts with married women, to being asked to provide Adderall for bridge tournaments, as I am a medical doctor but have no prescription writing ability. What? Asking for Adderall to compete in bridge tournaments? Here's one. Harry Fish. Couldn't wait. And then it's a picture of pizza and grape soda. And then blank. Traitor. Harry Fish. This is a test. What's the name of this cookie? And it's a picture of a cookie. I only remember what the chocolate tasted like. Blank. Harry Fish. Answer is Chinese cookie not made with truffles. The fuck?
Jack. Jack, come here. Did you see that? What was that about? Why did it suddenly become Glock o'clock? What was that about? Did you see it?
Fish. Like, answer is, remember what the chocolate tasted. What's the name of this cookie? And it's a picture of a cookie. I only remember what the chocolate tasted like. Blank. Harry Fish. Answer is Chinese cookie not made with truffles. The fuck?
Like, why is that? The gun is just on your desk? What is happening in this video? I'm gonna leave a pause there until he's back. Did it fall off his desk? No. When you come back, we'll look at it.
The Department of Justice released its latest and likely last major batch of files related to investigations into the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. This comes more than a month after the DOJ missed a deadline set by Congress and signed into law by President Trump. It includes more than 3 million pages, 2,000 videos, and 180,000 images. The DOJ says there are redactions, including the personally identifiable information of victims.
Who likes polls? Who likes voting in
a
polls?
full explanation of what's excluded. The Deputy Attorney General said the White House did not have oversight over the review or redactions.
We complied with the statute, we complied with the act, and there is no we did not protect President Trump. We didn't protect or not protect anybody. There's a hunger or a thirst for information that I do not think will be satisfied by the review of these documents. And there's nothing I can do about that.
Our team has been going through that document dump today, and NewsHour Justice correspondent Ali Rogan joins me now with what we know. So, Ali, what did we learn today?
Anna, this was a massive document dump. As you said, 3 million pages. As you can imagine, our team is still sifting through them. Before today, for comparison, the DOJ had released about 500,000 pages, so this is orders of magnitude bigger. And the person making this announcement today is also notable. Todd Blanche, now Deputy Attorney General. He was President Trump's former personal attorney. He was emphatic, though, that the White House had no involvement in any of the preparation of the documents. He also said that between this release and a forthcoming report to Congress, once that's out, the DOJ's obligations under this law that Congress passed, the Epstein Files Transparency Act, will come to an end.
So I know you're still going through the files, but what do we know about what is inside the files themselves so far?
I think most notably what people are looking for is mentions of President Trump, and there are thousands of them in these documents. Many of them, we should note, are news clippings, but there are some lists and summaries of unsubstantiated claims made against him from individuals alleging wrongdoing, including graphic depictions of alleged sexual abuse, including of underage girls. Some of those complaints date back to the 90s, others from more recently, around when he was campaigning for president. What we don't know, though, is whether any of these claims have been substantially investigated. But the Department of Justice says that they were required by law to release everything, including those documents that were fake or falsely submitted. There's also a new diagram we saw today that shows basically an organization chart of Epstein's inner circle. Some employees were blacked out,
great.
but we see
That
the
tells us
connections
so
between
much,
him
huh?
and co-conspirators like Ghislaine Maxwell, as well as several attorneys and an accountant. There's also what appears to be a new picture of a desk or a table filled with photos of Epstein, Maxwell, and public figures including Trump, as well as one with Pope John Paul II. We've also seen in past releases some pages are entirely redacted and others are completely mundane things like schedule updates. Anna, I also want to note that we've reached out to the White House for comment and they have provided none.
We should also note, I understand there are other members of the administration mentioned in some of these documents. What do we know?
Yes, we already knew that Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick had a relationship with Epstein, which he claims had ended in the early aughts, but new documents indicate that they made plans to meet for lunch in 2012 on Epstein's private island in the Caribbean.
He didn't rape kids. You could certainly criticize him for protecting pedos, though.
Okay.
He'll certainly be one of those popes that's looked at in history. He's like the FDR of popes. So like his reforms to the Catholic Church were, it's like why like technically like the like he's like the guy who made it so like people who kill themselves aren't condemned to hell, because that's awful, because so many people have family members that killed themselves.
Yes.
You know, and like so that's, you know, he did a bunch of stuff. Like removing more of like the Latin barriers around the church and stuff like that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Where being more multipolar, multicultural, which also led to the Catholic Church investing more into Africa. So you could certainly criticize that.
Sure, I mean, the Catholic Church is
as a response to the AIDS crisis, right? So like,
yeah, I mean, but like
people
the
would
Catholic Church
people
is
do synods in
multinational,
churches, right, during the AIDS crisis, right? And so like, the church had a lot of focus for its treatment of gays and stuff. So he was one of the first kind of popes that kind of started softening all that shit in the church. It obviously wasn't that much, you know. Basically, it's like, because basically they still recognize it as a sin, but it's like they acknowledge that you can be forgiven of the sins and stuff.
Yeah, okay.
But I don't know if he did anything regarding how bad the Catholic Church is with birth control. Like, they didn't even support families inside the churches using birth controls for any reason. Which is like, if you're married, why do you care if people are using birth control, Catholic Church? Get the fuck out of there. Fucking weirdos.
Yeah, get out of my fucking bedroom.
But then also, like...
Seek therapy, you weird bitch.
The Catholic priest's rape scandals did happen under his leadership, and a lot of the stuff that he did to respond was just move them around.
Yeah.
So he'll certainly be criticized for a long time. He was also shot. That's why we have the Pope Mobile now, because he was shot. Then he went to the guy in prison and forgave him. As you do when you're a weird Christian.
Yeah. Yeah. Strange.
But like, he modernized the Catholic Church, which is arguably a good thing. I know some people are like, anything involving a church equals bad. Everything must be atheist, but...
While Lutnick was also vacationing in the Caribbean elsewhere with his family, and it does seem in those documents like they followed up and had that lunch.
We should underscore here, just being mentioned in the documents is no indication of any kind of wrongdoing, but we should also double down on this idea. The deadline to release those documents was more than a month ago. Why has it taken so long?
It was indeed. It was on December 19th. The Department of Justice says they sent more than 500 lawyers to go through these documents and meticulously redact these things. In a letter today, Attorney General Pam Bondi said they identified more than 6 million pages that needed review, which resulted in the 3 million today. They say they redacted personally identifiable information of victims and sexually explicit material. She also said that approximately 200,000 pages have been withheld or redacted because of various privileges, including attorney-client privilege, and that within 15 days they're going to give Congress a more detailed look at government officials and quote, politically exposed persons in this document, although there's no definition of what politically exposed means.
Speaking of Congress, how is all this landing on Capitol Hill?
Well, we heard today from one of the authors of the Epstein Files Act, Congressman Ro Khanna. He says he has outstanding questions about why, by the DOJ's account, 2.5 million of these documents remain out of public view. He said he was looking for victim interview statements, many of which were included in today's tranche. He's also looking for additional documents from Epstein's computers. But of course, Amna, this massive tranche was just released today, so there could be more revelations in the hours and days to come.
Justice Correspondent Ali Rogan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rogan! She's Joe Rogan? Don Lemon's out.
Justice Department released millions of new files about Jeffrey Epstein or the investigations into him. As we speak, journalists, congressional investigators, everybody's combing through these for information. But the results so far
when it suddenly became
pretty
o'clock, I just exited off of it.
God damn
It took too long.
Disturbing.
I moved on.
These people are all gross. These are the worst people in the world. So we decided to quickly jump on and just tell you guys what we have learned so far.
Nothing.
So the New York Times says they have identified 3,200 documents that mention Donald Trump specifically.
Thought he wasn't in the Epstein file.
Yeah, that number will grow, I assume, over time. There's a really bizarre document where the FBI had assembled a summary of tips about Trump and Epstein. It's all uncorroborated, or at least we don't have any evidence to back anything up, so we're not going to get into the specifics. But it's not clear why they would do that.
Right.
Like, who is this for?
I guess if you call the FBI with a tip, it probably just gets memorialized, right?
Yeah, but who are they rounding them up for? Like, is this going to the White House? Is this going to him personally, right? So I think that's a big question. And then also for Trump, there's a document worth mentioning called a 302, which is like the standard form the FBI uses to document an interview with a witness or somebody. It's like, who, what, when, where, and then notes on the conversation, but not verbatim. One Epstein victim says Ghislaine Maxwell, quote, presented her to Donald Trump. Now, it says nothing happened with Trump, but the mere fact that Ghislaine Maxwell would take someone they were abusing and present them to Donald Trump, I think suggests something pretty damning in my book.
I think anytime you're being presented women by a third party, and they've used the word like in any context, it's a little sketchy.
Well, this is the way the woman described the way she was being treated. Again, we know this is sort of a pattern of serial abuse by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell and the friends. And again, like, it also hammers home that Ghislaine Maxwell, she is an abuser. She's not like some sort of innocent bystander here. There's a bunch of emails going back and forth between Elon Musk and Jeffrey Epstein.
Elon Musk, by the way, who said Jeffrey Epstein invited me to the island once and I refused.
Yeah.
Seems like that's not true.
Yeah. Elon's a breakout star of the Epstein files this time. So there's an email where Elon is planning to visit Epstein Island. And again, these emails are all between 2012 and 2014. Jeffrey Epstein pleaded guilty to the first round of abuse allegations in June of 2008. So this is years and years after he should have known better.
Also, we should just
Should've known
point out
better.
that Donald Trump claims that he broke off ties with Jeffrey Epstein in 2006.
Should've wrote a letter.
Right, and there's another email in there that suggests Epstein was going to go to Mar-a-Lago, I think, in 2012. But as you mentioned, Elon says, Epstein tried to invite me to his island.
Don't care about
I
my governor
refused.
titles. Fuck off.
But the email from November 25th,
Ain't gonna do
2012,
shit for me now.
Elon emails Epstein, "What day/night will be the wildest party on your island?" ?
Sounds like someone who was ready to refuse.
It doesn't sound like a man who's going to look for financial advice or a conversation about the future of the tech industry, right? Like that's a guy who knows what Jeffrey Epstein does, knows the vibe on the island, and wants to go there.
Yeah.
And Jeffrey Epstein, I think, says, "I'll send the heli for you." Send him a helicopter.
What the heli?
Which is just no one's ever sent a heli for me.
No one's ever sent.
But we should say that these are all been released. Elon is just tweeting about Grok and AI just all today. So he's seeing all these tweets. He knows this has happened, and he's tweeting through it.
And it does make, again, like, remember when Elon had his break with Trump, it seems like they patched things up. His final kind of coup de grace tweet was, Donald Trump hasn't released the Epstein files because he's in them. Well,
takes one to know one.
He takes one to know one, big time. Speaking of takes one to know one, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, as others call him, is in there too. So this document, they suggest that Lutnick visited Epstein Island in 2012. Again, 4 years after.
Maybe he went to the wild party night that Elon didn't get to go to.
That's a good call. But Lutnick, remember, he previously claimed he had cut ties with Epstein in 2005. Remember, he was doing an interview. I forget. It was televised.
I can't believe all these people that claimed they cut ties with Epstein actually did it.
In the Upper East Side. It was next door to his house. They noticed a massage table in the middle of the room, and Epstein explained that he received, quote, the right kind of massages every day. And Lutnick said that he and his wife left. They decided, quote, never be in a room with that disgusting person ever again. So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross. This is what he told a Podforce One, the New York Post podcast. But he went to the island, it sounds like.
It's weird that these people don't tell the truth.
Well,
you can just see it memorialized like this.
There's something pathological, though, about making up a very specific
as
story
opposed to saying
that.
like, no, I never went.
Right.
And just leave it at that.
Right.
Like you have to. That's what they're because they just don't care.
He made himself like the hero of the story.
It's like Elon, right?
Yeah.
Like you could just say no, I never went, as opposed to saying I refuse to go.
Right,
like they always have to go extra and make them like Donald Trump was the hero. Donald Trump was blowing the whistle on Epstein, right? Remember that was one of the excuses too.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, and also Epstein
that was funny.
Gave money to a charity dinner honoring Lutnick in 2017. In 18, they exchanged emails about some other charitable thing. So like these guys were friends forever.
Sounds like all these people were.
One of the weirdest things in this set of documents is about Bill Gates. So this is an email I think Jeffrey Epstein sent to himself, and it reads like a draft. It reads like he's sending himself a draft of an email that he wants to send to Bill Gates. He's
sending it to
or
his
he's
assistant.
Just memorializing
Come on, guys.
something that he wants to exist and be embarrassing. So it's lots of bitching and moaning about Gates having like his PR guy dump Epstein as a friend, dumps him as a client. But then at the end, there's this. It says Gates said something to him like, please delete the emails regarding your STD, your request that I provide you antibiotics that you can surreptitiously give Melinda, his then wife, and the description of your penis. So the suggestion is that Mr. Gates needed drugs to treat STDs that he got from sex with Russian women that had been facilitated by Jeffrey Epstein.
I will say that is reading the way that Jeffrey Epstein wrote that in an email to himself. It doesn't feel like something that you would, if he was actually sending an email to like it just seems a little off.
It's weird. It is. He like really swerves to get to this place. I'm not defending Bill Gates. I don't know anything. Bill Gates.
But it's also like, do you think like is Bill Gates looking for STD medication from Jeffrey Epstein? Is that his go-to source for the richest man in the world needs some STD medication? He's like, I got to go to Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, somebody proposed this as like Epstein set it up, being like, oh, you could give her if you got you can give her these pills, like, and Bill Gates was like, oh, you think? And that's what actually happened is that it was Epstein that set this scenario up, and Bill Gates kind of like agreed to it. But he was like, their divorce led, like, he had to come clean. He probably ended up coming clean to his wife and telling him, look, I infected you because I'm fucking
Diddling
helping
kids.
a dude human traffic.
Yeah.
But we cured polio, honey. She didn't say it was the main reason from the divorce, but she said it was part of it. So
I guess that's a fair point. So again, Gates denied this to Business Insider, probably other outlets. We don't know the truth. It's really weird.
it just doesn't seem logical that Bill Gates would be like, hey, give me medication and give me some that I can slip to my wife. Like, why would he go to Epstein for that? Like, I'm sure he has other shady people to do something around pharmaceuticals.
Yes. I would think so.
The whole thing's just fucking.
Like, he probably went to
that's the
Epstein
story
and
of
be
this whole
like,
thing.
yo,
It's so
my dick
gross and
broke at
uncomfortable.
your island.
Richard Branson's
And
in there,
then
the founder
Epstein
of the Virgin
fabricated
Group.
this entire thing and kind
There's
of like
an email
led
from
Bill Gates
Branson in
along.
2013 that says it was really
Which,
nice
like,
seeing you yesterday.
Still, you just like didn't go, what the fuck are you talking about when he's talking about drugging your wife? If that's the case, you know what I mean?
Anytime you're in the area, would love to see you, as long as you bring your harem.
Pod Save America is brought to you by Cook Unity. I've been using Cook Unity forever, for years, long before they ever sponsored this podcast. It is fantastic. Most of my meals are from Cook Unity. They deliver chef-designed meals that balance real flavor, nutrition, and convenience. They were very open about.
Yeah. The FBI didn't need to do a real deep investigation. They
Right.
needed to get access to like one inbox, and they could have found all this stuff.
They weren't trying too hard to hide the sketchiness.
Yeah, and it's like, again, it's all really rich and powerful people. Like Epstein reportedly scouted one for Steve Tisch, who is the New York Giants co-owner. There's emails of them kind of like talking about whether certain individuals are professionals or civilians. Here's one of the weirdest things, John. There's Epstein emails a Russian guy he knows saying he needs a favor because a, quote, Russian girl from Moscow is attempting to, quote, blackmail a group of powerful businessmen in New York. And he says, quote, it's bad business for everyone involved. And then he provides this guy her physical address.
Jesus Christ.
Like where she's staying in New York. And the Russian is reportedly a former Russian economic minister with ties to Russian intelligence. Now, I haven't confirmed that for myself. Again, we're all learning this in real time. But that is like...
that's just like scary.
Yeah, it's like putting this person in physical harm. Like, what's the plan? Is he gonna go to the room,
scare her, do something worse? Yeah, that's bad.
There's an email to Ghislaine Maxwell. There's an email I think
guys.
that maybe Melania might have written to Ghislaine Maxwell complimenting
like 2002.
her on an article. So again, like this was sort of the height of when Epstein and Trump were buddies. Now again, Democrats are not saved here. Like our former colleague Kathy Rumler is all over these files, sending really flattering emails to Jeffrey Epstein that are weird and uncomfortable. Ghislaine Maxwell has a note to Bill Clinton that references his penis. I'm not going to get into more detail.
Hung like a horse.
Yeah, there's that.
Like a horse.
Is what it
Well,
says.
is it just gold maintenance? or do
So
you need
holy
uranium to
shit.
maintain them?
So again, these documents were released way too late. It's probably
It's uranium maintenance too, but I do have a policy for 50% less nuke maintenance.
Okay.
Yeah. There's no need to drop any.
not all of them. Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, said earlier today that 200,000 pages were redacted or withheld. But it feels like
it seems like that's the end too.
Yeah,
like they're not releasing anything else.
Yeah, I think Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey, the authors of the legislation that forced this document dump, say they want to go review the unredacted files and make sure that everything they think should be in the public domain is.
Yeah.
So I imagine that'll take some time. It'll take some time for journalists to go
look,
through
this,
this thing.
they
I
said
imagine congressional
basically
investigators
they
are
said
like
that
highly focused on this, but
this would
I
be
mean, it's
like
as bad as you.
There's
you
still
think it is.
stuff.
Yeah.
And
but like
with all those mentions of Trump,
this
I'm
is
sure
like the
that,
most important.
It'll take a couple days for everyone to parse through all of it.
Yeah.
And like even in here, there's still plenty
that's
of
it
dumb
for this.
shit.
We'll do
that doesn't
another
matter.
update when we learn more. Thank you for watching this episode of Pod Save America. You're on YouTube. Please subscribe.
Why is there a fort there? Get that fort the fuck out of there.
What?
Fuck off.
I didn't build it.
No. Fucking India decided to build a fort instead of improving their tiles. Dumbasses.
I mean, there's reasons to build forts. Like...
You've really hurt my gold production. Like, I want to say that my gold production has dropped by 50%.
Why?
It's just interesting watching. It's very interesting because I'm not really.
Why? What hurt your gold production so bad?
Oh, fucking Nuremberg and Munich were both massive gold producers for me. I got so much gold from those cities.
Say 2010, there was a phrase your parents probably learned to be quite irritated by.
And I didn't.
Batteries not included. Our gadget.
I think that was the other thing too.
Munich's flipping back to you.
Yeah, no, I saw that. I don't know how quickly it's going.
Hopefully not quickly enough.
10 turns.
Creeper has joined? Who's that?
That is my monitor. Must have disconnected.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, everything just like disconnected and reset on me.
Very strange. No more
Gadgets and gizmos used to be quite reliant on the good old AA battery, or, if designers wanted to be annoying, the AAA battery. Look, there's not a huge difference in size between the AA and the AAA, and they usually cost the same per battery. So whenever some engineer out there decides that a thing which could clearly fit longer-lasting AA batteries in it will go with just as expensive but shorter-lived AAAs instead, I get a wee bit angry. I mean, just look at this remote control. It could totally fit AAs in there. Just look at how much extra room that... Wait, is that a Duracell power check? Indeed it is. If you were buying batteries in the late 90s,
Amazing.
you probably remember these. The idea was
these?
that
I
rather
fucking
than
remember
need to
these.
use some sort
Yeah.
of battery tester to see if a battery
It
still
would
had
hurt you
charge left
trying
in
to
it,
test them.
you could just build that tester into the battery. And that's what Duracell did, as well as some of their competitors. As a matter of fact, this version of the idea came from Kodak. And there's a whole fascinating story around patent disputes, which I won't be getting into. Long story short, James R. Burroughs had a similar but technically different idea slightly earlier than Kodak, but both patents got approved, which caused some kerfuffles. I've linked to a great article down below which explains all that. Here, I just want to focus on how the Duracell version worked, because it's quite clever, but also much, much simpler than you might have imagined. If you want to test a battery like this, you're going to want to measure its voltage. Like most battery chemistries, ordinary alkaline manganese dioxide cells experience a drop in voltage as they discharge. When fresh, each cell has a voltage around 1.5, maybe 1.6 volts. And the standard AA, AAA, C, and D batteries are composed of just a single cell, like an amoeba. But that voltage steadily diminishes as the battery is used up. When you're halfway through, it'll be down to around 1.2 volts, and when it's nearly empty, it'll struggle to produce even a single volt. So a
That's
quick
great.
check of a
You
battery
fast
can be
intercept
done
my
with a
comments.
multimeter like this one.
That's awesome.
If I use it and
Yeah,
throw-
that's why they're
Didn't know they
there.
did that.
That's why they're there. See, the
That's
difference
fucking
between
great.
you and me is that I started building up this anti-air defense 3 streams ago, maybe. No, 2 streams ago I started building the anti-air defense to prevent myself from being nuked.
That's fair.
Me trying to get rid of those death robots, it was just to make sure I had more nukes. Which I still do have.
across this battery here, it's reading 1.57 volts. So this is either brand new or hardly used. This one, though, it's only reading 1.06, so it's pretty dead. This test isn't perfect because we're not checking the batteries under a load,
I've never
but
had to
it's
load
still
air
fairly
defense
reliable.
before.
Trouble is, you need a multimeter to...
Yeah, I've only like I don't think I've ever had a nuke fired at me in Civ.
Oh, interesting. Lucky I have
But like
so many bombers.
even with the mobile SAMs, if you do ICBM from the sub or missile silo, sometimes they'll hit it, sometimes they won't.
They'll miss? Yeah.
Yeah, they're not perfect. I don't know what exactly is
It
why,
must have
but like a lot of people
a hit chance.
Yeah, so the mobile SAM is kind of shitty.
Well, is it Magnus? No, the armored guy. He gives additional air defense in the city. What's the good?
Do this as well as the knowledge of how much voltage drop is acceptable before it's dead.
25%
So lots of
combat strength for
inexpensive
air
battery
support
testers
units.
were made, which are really just analog voltmeters with a scale that reads good and bad. But what if you could build a voltmeter into the battery itself? Well, that's ultimately what Duracell did with these batteries. But the way it works is a little odd. First, you'll notice that the battery says to test it at 70 degrees Fahrenheit or 21 degrees Celsius. That probably means the tester's functionality has something to do with temperature, and indeed it does. But before I get ahead of myself, let me just show you how these were used. It says press dots to test, and, well, that's all you had to do. Except, if you remember these, you'll know that you had to press quite hard. Dig your nails in there a little bit. Once you did, though, the little bar below the power gauge would suddenly turn yellow, filling up from right to left. If the whole bar turned yellow, the battery was full, and less of it would turn yellow as the battery wore down. Now, with a use-by date of March 2003, it probably won't surprise you to learn that these batteries are in fact very dead. I got the tester to turn yellow with a little movie magic involving a foot switch and a hairdryer. Because heat is what turns that little bar yellow. Behind that little window is a small amount of thermochromic material, which, as the name implies, changes color based on temperature. It's the same sort of stuff that goes in a mood ring or one of those thermometers you might stick on an aquarium. The specific chemical in here is simpler. It merely indicates it's above a certain temperature threshold, but it's the same general idea. What makes it heat up, though? Well, you may have noticed that the testing window is perfectly in line with the two dots you're supposed to press to test the battery. The tester is built into the battery's label, which I've removed from this one. In case you've never seen an unwrapped alkaline battery before, well, this is what they look like. The positive terminal is actually part of the battery's shell, and it extends almost all the way down to the negative terminal. A small insulator separates the negative tab from the shell. And if we compare with one of these still wrapped batteries, we'll see that one of the testing dots rests on the negative terminal and the other rests on the battery's shell, which remember is the positive terminal of the battery. Looking now at the back side of the label, we'll see that those testing dots are above electrically conductive pads. The pads on the negative side are very difficult to see. They're these three gray patches which don't look all that impressive, but the positive contact patch is quite obviously a metal foil of some sort. And the contact patch sits behind a round hole in a thin piece of beige insulating material. That insulating layer keeps the pad from touching the battery shell unless you actively press on the label and force it through. If you exert enough force on both dots for their respective contact patches to touch both ends of the battery, you complete the circuit. To what, you ask? A tiny little heater. That heater is in contact with the thermochromic material, so if the battery has sufficient charge, when you press in those dots and complete the circuit, the heater will warm up the indicator and turn it yellow. But it's not quite that simple.
Better hurry up and
While you could just use a very thin wire heating element, that would only allow for a simple pass-fail test. If the battery had enough oomph left to produce enough heat to make the indicator yellow, great.
Thanks for building rails,
But you wouldn't necessarily know how much oomph it had left. So instead, the heater inside here has a varying cross-sectional area to produce a gradient of heat output across its length. If I remove that paper insulator, we can actually see the heater. Kind of, anyway. I'm not sure exactly what it's made of. It might actually just be the same foil that makes up the contact patch. Regardless, it is visible, and you'll notice that it has a slight taper, becoming narrower towards the negative end of the battery. That means its resistance actually varies across its length, which also means the voltage drop across each part of this heater when it's operating is different. If the battery is strong enough, its voltage will be sufficient to heat the entire thing, so all of the indicator turns yellow. But if the battery is getting weak and voltage begins to fall, then only the skinny, high resistance part of that heater will get warm. Most of the voltage drop occurs in that part of the heater, and the battery doesn't have any more volts for the rest of it, so only that part gets warm enough to turn the indicator yellow. And luckily, I can show you this with a DC power supply. When I provide this with just 1 volt, you'll see that only the right side of the graphic turns yellow. To clarify, the indicator always turns yellow at the same temperature, and the entire bar is filled with the same indicator. But low voltages caused by a weak battery can only get the skinny part of the heater warm enough to actually change the indicator's color. But when I crank the voltage up, now all of it gets warm, and so the whole bar turns yellow. And of course, the bar is aligned with the 0 to 100% scale to give a reasonably accurate impression of the battery's useful life remaining. It's a very elegant solution using tech so simple that it can be printed on a label. Oh, and remember that beige insulator? Turns out it's not just electrically insulating, it's also thermally insulating. That slot cut into it is there to maintain an air gap between the heater and thermochromic material and the battery shell. The battery is made of thermally conductive material, and it's rather massive, so if the tester were in physical contact with the battery shell, it would suck all the heat right out of it, and it would never turn the indicator yellow. Keeping it away from the battery is necessary for the indicator to function. So the same piece of what's essentially just paper is functioning as both a crude power switch for the tester and thermal isolation for the indicator. Neat. You might have realized that since the battery is powering a heater to test itself, that means each time you test it, you're using up a little bit of its capacity. And this is true, though it also means the test is slightly more accurate since you're doing it under a load. It's not like the actual scale here is all that accurate, but testing under load is critical.
Load.
These 25-year-old batteries test at about 1.3 volts on the multimeter, which would suggest they've got about half their capacity remaining. But their ability to produce any current flow is completely shot. If I manage to activate the tester while also probing the battery, you'll see that the voltage plummets to not even half a volt as the heater is placed in circuit. So, sure enough, these batteries are dead, and their inbuilt tester does actually reflect that, yet the multimeter doesn't. So then, why did it go away? Duracell PowerCheck was a pretty short blip on the landscape of disposable batteries, yet it's clearly a useful, functional feature.
Yeah, I was joking about
well,
doing
the
that earlier.
patent disputes and licensing shenanigans are one clear
so
reason,
funny.
but I honestly think there's a simpler one. Not that many people were actually testing their batteries on a regular basis. Yes, we all know about the loose batteries in the junk drawer that may or may not save the TV remote in a trying time. But aside from random situations like that, I think it's fair to say most people used and continue to use batteries in a pretty straightforward way. They simply stay new in the package until they get put into a thing which needs batteries. And then they stay in that thing until they die, at which point they're gotten rid of and another set of fresh batteries
He really makes a good point.
replaces
There
them.
really is no point for this product.
I'd argue it's actually pretty uncommon to take partially used batteries out of a thing and then put them in the junk drawer for later use. I'm not saying I think that never happens. I myself have a few tools which need batteries, but I don't keep batteries in them since I rarely use those tools. But I do think in the grand scheme, keeping half-used batteries around is infrequent. certainly infrequent enough to question whether it actually makes sense to spend the money putting a battery tester on every single battery. These are commodity items, and while there surely is some brand loyalty out there, for the most part, they're just competing on cost. And so, if you need a pack of batteries and you use them like I do, a built-in battery tester is just a weird gimmick which makes them more expensive and makes me less likely to buy it. And as I already said, if you remember these, they weren't easy to use. It was actually quite frustrating to jam those dots in there and hope it turned yellow. And if I were the type of person who kept partially used batteries in random places, I would probably just buy a battery tester and keep it around. Or, just try putting them in whatever needs batteries and see if they work. That was always an option. I think that in hindsight,
It really
this is
was
a pretty
a
clear
worthless
case
product.
of a really clever and very neat idea, which was unfortunately born from a very particular frustration. A frustration that the inventors thought was more common than it actually was. Duracell used to include inexpensive battery testers in the packages of their batteries, and they worked very similarly to the power check feature here. Some people found them hard to use or were bothered by the fact that they were easy to lose, and that could be seen as a legitimate problem to solve, which Duracell did by incorporating those testers into the battery. But I don't think anyone asked how often those testers were actually getting used in the first place. Because if they had, I'm not sure this would have ever happened. Of course, these days, most of our devices which need batteries are using rechargeable batteries. So we're just not buying or using disposable batteries as much as we used to. Which I think is unequivocally a good thing. It's kinda nuts how normal it used to be to burn through these and then just throw them away. I had a Game Boy, and that one device must have gone through dozens of these. And then there was the Walkman, my camera, the light for the Game Boy, and who knows how many other toys I had which needed constant battery replenishment. Thank goodness we're past that. Mostly. But even for the devices on sale today which need AA batteries, they often tell you how much charge is left, so putting a tester on the battery itself really just isn't necessary anymore. All right, well, I think we're done. I want to extend a thank you to Louis Solano for suggesting this video topic. It's been on the docket for a while, but, well, these haven't been in production for quite some time, so it took me a while to get my hands on them. And I have a second thank you for Ernie Smith. This is at least the second time my research began, and immediately I was presented with a thorough tedium article. I would have gone more deeply here were it not for the fact that this video was originally slated for November, but production issues on a different topic moved it up to now. So if you're interested in those patent details and some of the backstory, be sure to check out the link in the description.
Batteries are interesting. Click on...
Huh?
Click on the
fuck.
China Instagram culture one.
Add the screen back.
I don't know
I
why
didn't
you took
realize
it
it
off.
wasn't streaming.
I don't know where it is. It only just disappeared.
Yeah, add it back on. It's in the side. Add it in the sidebar. Because it still says it's sharing this tab.
It's not. It's not even there.
Hang on. This whole web page got fucked over here.
I think it's so funny that we stemmed climate change.
Dude, what is this? Why is it zoomed in like this? Okay, here we go.
March 23, 1980, Catholic Archbishop Oscar Romero delivered a sermon calling for Salvadoran soldiers, most of whom were Christian, to choose God over government and refuse to carry out murders and human rights violations.
In his name and in the name of our tormented people who have suffered so much and whose laments cry out to heaven, I implore you, I beg you, I order you, stop the repression.
The next day, Romero gave mass at a hospital.
You talking?
Losing gold. It's fucking not letting me add a policy. What?
I also have been using my spies to steal all your gold.
No. It's gold per turn that I'm losing. I don't give a shit if you take 500 gold here or there. There's 9 turns left. Who gives a shit? It's the game itself literally not locking in policy cards.
Yeah, when I went to war with you, it knocked out all my red policies for some reason.
Yeah, it did that to me as well.
Maybe the government we had, it doesn't allow you to...
Well, I changed my government, that's the thing.
Oh well.
As he stood on the altar, a car pulled up out front. Someone got out, walked in, and assassinated him.
Que muchos me dicen que debo de cuidarme un poco, que no ande exponiéndome. Pero yo siento que mientras camine en el cumplimiento de mi deber, que me desplace libremente a ser un pastor de las comunidades.
One of the worst mistakes I ever made in Mexico was saying un poco to someone.
What does that mean?
A little. So they asked me if I knew Spanish, and I said a little, and they proceeded to just be in like for like 5 minutes, and I'm just standing there staring at them.
Amazing.
Like I can be like biblioteca, you know? Like I know like a handful of words.
Dios va conmigo y si algo me sucede, pues estoy dispuesto a todo.
Now, the American government quickly showed solidarity by pledging continued military support of the right-wing government that had Romero assassinated. And this was despite numerous protests against U.S. support for the Salvadoran military, including the International Longshoremen and Warehousemen's Union refusing to continue delivery of military aid to the Salvadoran government. The U.S. later allowed official entry to the death squad leader who had ordered Romero's assassination, with documents showing that Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush, both outspoken men of faith, were well aware of this and continued to offer him support nonetheless. So why does this keep happening? You know, why does a nation that so strongly identifies with Christianity continue to enable and justify the repression of and violence towards religious leaders and people of faith? In the example of Romero and El Salvador, where 3 American lay missionary were also killed, along with 6 Jesuit priests, American foreign interests were committed to the fight against socialism and communism, represented by both an opposition political party and the leadership of the Catholic Church. And last week in Minnesota, the religious leaders standing with vulnerable and scared people were apparently also in their own way doing socialism or Antifa, or they were radical leftists funded by Soros. I don't know, something like that. They're the bad guys. The rabbis and the priests and the ministers, they're the bad ones. So what we really have here is America using the guise of being a nation of faith to prioritize the interest of capital over the safety and freedom of human beings, including those of faith. While Christianity offers a social vision grounded in community, where our humanity is always considered via its relation to a larger collective, the logic of capitalism demands that we are all atomized individuals, gaining meaning and value via our participation in the market. And because of this, socialism, Even a biblically motivated socialism is a threat to this brand of market individualism and a threat to the entire American project.
The best, most productive, and well-tested way of helping the poor is through market trade.
Which is why America has and is currently continuing to use a certain brand of Christian values as a thin veil for shoring up political and economic control.
Our values are under assault every single day under a secular, atheist, leftist, Marxist.
The fighters
because,
are
hey,
much
what's
better.
If you kidnapped children and some murdered protesters for the sake of keeping the market?
I think if you have them
today, I'm going to talk
in the actual city tile. I think that's where they're the most effective, but they can only defend a single tile.
Okay. So it has to
So they really
fly
suck.
over that. So it has to fly over that tile specifically for it to
Yeah,
have a chance.
but I think the fighters
Right.
are the same way too.
talk about how much of what presents itself as Christianity in America is just the logic of capitalism wearing its Sunday best.
Jesus wanted to clothe and feed the poor and give them housing. You hear Democrats talk about housing as a right, food as a right.
I don't know.
Those
the
aren't.
Bible says that if you don't eat, or you don't work, you don't eat.
And how a more authentic vision of Christianity involves critiquing power and serving the oppressed rather than serving the powerful while critiquing the oppressed, which seems to be the current vibe if I'm understanding it correctly.
I simply will not bend a knee to the cult of empathy.
Now, this is the third part in a series of videos I've been making on the politics and philosophy of American Christianity. You do not need to have watched the first two to get what I'm doing here, but
Hey,
I
all my
do
red
recommend
policies
checking those
disappeared
out
again.
if you enjoyed this one. I've really appreciated all the feedback that you all have given me on this one. It's meant a
mine
lot,
didn't log
and
in
thank
either.
you for enabling me to keep talking about this
Can you
stuff.
just take
But now,
fucking Delhi?
let the service begin.
So in
Well, that's probably
2026, I
what's
really want
causing
to
it.
level up this
My red
channel. And one
policies
of my
are getting
main
knocked out 'cause there's a
inspirations for
wonder.
visual storytelling that's super philosophical and political
Bro,
is
you're
the
the one
work
who
of
took
Adam
Delhi
Curtis.
back.
He's a British filmmaker whose documentaries are
Yeah, it
only
was funny.
available on BBC iPlayer, which you unfortunately cannot access here in the US. But thanks to this video sponsor, Surfshark VPN, I can now check out Curtis's films on BBC iPlayer plus a host of other content only available outside of the US. That's because Surfshark gives me a sort of online disguise, making it appear as if I'm browsing from my flat in Liverpool or my camper van on the shores of Argentina. And in this way, Surfshark opens up a whole world of new shows and films and documentaries by letting you virtually travel around the world. You know, it's like a real open borders policy. More importantly, it keeps you safe when you're exploring the internet with increased security and privacy. And this is especially important if you are ever using shared Wi-Fi networks or jumping online at a public workspace, because hackers can just drop in there, get on the network, and snatch your data up. But Surfshark makes sure that your online activity is encrypted no matter where you are. And Surfshark has over 3,200 servers
No
in 100
way.
countries. So when I'm using it, it
What?
really does feel like you have a sort of global passport
That's
to digitally
awesome.
go wherever
I
the
can
hell you want. And because the
move
internet
units
increasingly
into
feels
an
like we're
area
living
and
in a
airlift
weird
them to a city
dystopian
within
conspiracy
one
world, I also really appreciate and
Yeah.
love Surfshark
That's fucking
antivirus.
great.
It works 24/7 to make sure the weird stuff's not getting on my computer. So I don't know, people can like watch my webcam and just stare at me when I sleep. If that's your sort of thing, you sickos. So if you want to stay safe online and watch weird British documentaries from anywhere in the world, check out Surfshark VPN. And if you go to surfshark.com/Burns, that's me, or just use my code Burns, also me, you'll get 4 extra months for free. And there's no risk in trying out Surfshark as they offer a 30-day money-back guarantee. Okay, now let's get back to talking about the bad romance of capitalism and Christianity. See you there.
Okay, because no one likes a long sermon, I'm going to cut right to the point. Much of what we think as American Christianity, from the evangelical megachurch movement
prop
to
nonsense.
Erica Kirk's TPUSA to
90%
Trump's
is
executive
prop
orders to protect
nonsense.
Christians, is little more than rampant capitalism and militarism in a spiritual costume. Now, many have traced this brand of American evangelical capitalism back to the emergence of the moral majority and the rise of the neoconservative movement. But it actually goes way deeper, back to the early days of the American evangelical movement. In December of 1940, Reverend James W. Fifield Jr. was a speaker at the National Association of Manufacturers at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York. Addressing a crowd of business leaders, Fifield defended the American system of free enterprise while offering a full-on assault on Franklin D. Roosevelt's administration and their New Deal policies. Now, none of this would have been that shocking to a room full of capitalists, but what was surprising was Fifield's call to utilize clergymen and the church to regain the upper hand in their war with Roosevelt. Now, according to historian Kevin M. Cruz, Fifield claimed that as men of God, ministers could voice the same conservative complaints as business leaders, but without any suspicion that they were motivated solely by self-interest. They could push back against claims made often by Roosevelt and his allies that business had somehow sinned and the welfare state was doing God's work. The assembled industrialist gave a rousing amen. Now, this led to a long-term project of corporate America reinventing American Christianity in its own image for the sake of creating deeply ingrained support for the aims of free market capitalism. Fifield himself was nicknamed the Apostle to Millionaires, and at his congregation in Los Angeles, he dismissed the many passages in the New Testament about wealth and poverty and instead assured the elite that their worldly success was a sign of God's blessings. Oh, also once he said that Benjamin Franklin formally denounced the Jews at the Constitutional Convention of 1787. He had to run that one. He had to run that one back. So he sounds like a cool guy, very cool guy. This movement, which has persisted as a continuous thread in U.S. society, is what Chris Lehman calls the money cult, defined as a frank celebration of wealth as a spiritual virtue in American Protestantism. Now, this is a religious cult in which you aren't simply a capitalist who is also a Christian. You are a capitalist because you are a Christian, and a Christian because you are a capitalist.
Secret of capitalism is Mark 10:45. Jesus said the Son of Man came not to be served, but to serve, and to give his life a ransom. The only way you can succeed in capitalism is by serving people.
Lehman traces this movement back to the colonial roots of American Protestant Christianity. He writes that the money cult's most fervent adherents from the first colonial generation forward were instinctively Gnostic believers. That is to say, they preached a highly distilled and militantly individualistic version of the solitary Puritan encounter with the divine. Now, Gnostic here means something like personal spiritual knowledge on the behalf of the believer that isn't mediated or confirmed via spiritual authority or some broader community. In a sense, these people weren't advocating for Christian capitalism because of a specific theological conviction. It was simply an obvious, almost innate
Fuck, it didn't work.
The best place to search
They did
for
shoot.
evil
Fuck.
And the implications
They
of
did.
this
I got
Gnostic
excited for a
capitalist
second.
individualism go pretty far, as the emphasis on personal responsibility meant that one no longer needs to criticize systems of power and oppression.
Yeah, they
Instead,
suck.
it's up to each individual to seek out
Dog
their
shit.
own glory and fortune. According
they're
to
pretty
Lehman, this goes
pointless,
back
but
to a
they
Puritan
were super
understanding
cheap,
that
so I built a
inequality
shitload
comes from
of them.
God's broader plan of
'Cause there was
redemption.
only, like,
Early
2 turns
Puritans,
to
such
build.
as John Winthrop, expressed this idea by arguing that society should be one organic whole. The poor should view those better than them with admiration, and the rich, well, they should reciprocate by moving towards social compassion for the poor. But as the money cult evolved, this naturalization of inequality was preserved, while the Puritan understanding of an integrated society came undone thanks to the more radically individualist forms of Protestant faith, which were in tension with Puritanism almost from the moment that settlers arrived on the continent. A continent with no one on it. The settlers arrived on an empty continent that God had saved for them, and they didn't do anything bad. They just said, hey, anyone home? No one's here? Good. We're going to get to killing. We're going to get to cultivating. Building Christ stuff, not killing. So if inequality is natural and God intends some to exist in poverty, then there's no need to ethically critique a market that creates these conditions. This gets way more intense with the rise of Pentecostalism, where imminent millennial expectation and personalized experience of the divine superimposed on broader Protestant experience of consumer capitalism. For those of you that don't know what Pentecostalism is, it's the thing like speaking in tongues, and sometimes there's snakes. And
I'm gonna
what primarily
build a bunch of military engineers and see if I can't clear a bunch of like how quickly I can clear the irradiation.
Builders clear it, not engineers.
And that'll be... No, it's engineers. I've been doing it with the engineers.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I even did it with a builder. I moved them down there to do it. And then it just went away when I
Matters here
finally
is
had them
the
in position.
individual experience of God. I accidentally went to a college that was vaguely Pentecostal, and when I was there, a theology professor told me that because I had never spoken in tongues, I couldn't be sure if I was really a Christian, if I was really going to go to heaven, because I didn't go... I don't know. Speaking in tongues is crazy. If you've ever spoken in tongues...
Weird.
No judgment. Like, what was that like? Lehman writes that the imbuing spirit of Pentecost scattered throughout the kindred southern denominations, now basking in the prosperity of the Golden State, was forging a new social contract. The far-flung aerospace suburbs of the Southlands were repurposing the gospel message in their image, spawning non-denominational parachurches, hosting revival efforts, targeting college youth and businessmen.
Also, like,
and most of all,
what's with the speaking in tongues nonsense? Like, the whole point of speaking in tongues is like like in the Bible, it's that no matter what language the apostles spoke, the people listening heard it in their own language.
Struggling.
Oh, probably because it's processing a giant turn with thousands of units.
Yeah. I can't turn the graphics down. Yes, I can.
advancing a stalwart vision of what Dachik dubs a new gospel of wealth, one that identified threats to pristine government and big government and urged parishioners to protest a political order whose bureaucratic tendencies and Keynesian initiatives undermined the just and godly imperatives of laissez-faire capitalism. You know, if traditional practices like the Catholic Mass advocated for a type of communal spirit that was dangerously close to the temptations of communism, well, this type of hyper-individualist spirituality mimicked the magical experience of market consumption. In the late 20th centuries, this flows into a type of American Christianity where a sense of community and history was replaced with megachurch preachers and televangelists. Lehman writes that this culture enabled money cult believers to recapture that primal American faith famously summoned by Thomas Paine, the ever-renewable power to make the world anew. And this has paved the way for where we are today, with Christianity as a motivating and justifying force behind the project of not just American free market capitalism, but also an increasingly racialized brand of militant nationalism, in which this particular vision of America must be defended at all costs. Now, there's a lot more that could be said here, and I encourage anyone interested in the full details to check out Lehman's book, but I think the most important factor here is the emphasis on a theology of individualism.
Man and society are renewed at the same time in the Marxist theology, whereas with the Christian theology, your renewal begins the moment you accept Christ, period. It's a totally individual decision.
One that becomes a kind of institutionalized
You can say cringe.
You know, to quote a dead piece of shit, in this world, there is no such thing as society. There are just individual actors working towards economic and spiritual salvation all on their own.
Everything he called as far as helping the poor, the Matthew 5, essentially, the Sermon on the Mount, the charge for us Christians, it starts and ends with the individual calling, not the collective calling. It's super important that you can't abdicate your own responsibility to somebody else, to some other authority except yourself.
And this distortion of Christianity upholds an individualist ontology that turns anything collective or communal into something inherently demonic or anti the true spirit of God.
I abhor and hate the modern social justice movement. Every single thing about it is antithetical to every single thing about Christianity.
This is why 20th century American evangelicalism has consistently embraced a Cold War emphasis on socialism, communism, and Marxism as scare tactics, warning that these ideologies are not only anti-free market, but anti the very spirit of Christ.
Social justice that was emerging in our society today, what is called social justice, was a mimicking or a distortion of Christian ideals in a ways that he identified as of the Antichrist.
Now, functionally, this has created
Social
generations
justice
of
is the
politicized
Antichrist.
Christians who have never read a
Makes
word of
sense.
Marx, but would gladly explain to you why he's evil and wants to make your kids gay. Or something? Is that what Marx... Is that fact check? Is Marx's whole thing making the kids... He wants the kids to read books about gay cartoons that make them gay? I think it's something like that.
The kingdom of God is like an entrepreneur. The kingdom of God is like a businessman.
Well, it's more than just a cabal of neoconservatives utilizing Christianity to create the ideological and theological justification for America's shift towards full-on free market capitalism. The reason this project was so easy to pull off is that capitalism itself was already imbued with a certain form of religiosity, one shaped by the type of Protestant Christianity that was foundational to American religion. Now, German philosopher Walter Benjamin famously argued for this sort of theological reading of the market in his excerpt, Capitalism as Religion. Now, according to Benjamin, one of the features of capitalism is that it uses debt to create an escalating cycle of religious guilt.
I think it's pretty bad if you have to use a credit card when you go to a fast food restaurant for something as little as $3.10.
But unlike the atonement promised to Christians, in the money cult of capitalism,
Bad in
there
what way?
is no
You're
redemption.
judging the people
only
or the
accusation.
society?
As he sees it, we're all sinners in the eyes of the God of money, and as our debt increases, so does that sense of guilt. Benjamin also sees capitalism as offering answers to existential questions, the questions that religion is supposed to answer, so that meaning is no longer found in churches or temples, but in the glory of the market itself. Marx made similar arguments, famously writing about the fetishism of commodities in Volume 1 of Capital, which describes the way in which manufactured products take on human and even supernatural qualities. Now, that concept sounds a little abstract. Just think about the last time that you ordered something online or bought something in a store where you felt like that object was going to heal you, give your life meaning, give you some sort of purpose. I know for me, sometimes if I order a piece of music gear or a book that I'm excited about, I anticipate its arrival like I'm going to be baptized anew when it gets there. And I never am, because I'm just buying stuff. They're just commodities, babe. They're just commodities, babe.
Hey, uranium tile.
Sorry for calling you babe. Now, in this way, capitalism has always had a religious structure, even before Protestants in Europe and America blended the two together to create a money cult.
Boo.
Eugene McCarrer writes about this at
Boo,
length in
Protestants.
The Enchantments of Mammon, how capitalism became the
Oh my
religion of
God.
modernity. Now, this book...
Mammon is the archdemon of greed, basically. So they literally refer to sometimes they'll even refer to the sin of greed itself as mammon.
Interesting. Sounds weird.
argues that hundreds of years before anti-Semitic ministers instructed the capitalist class on how to use Christianity to manufacture consent for their own free market project, capitalism was already sort of doing a 69 with theology. Now, this turned capitalism into something more nuanced than simply greed. It became the belief that accumulation of wealth via hard work could be done for the sake of God's glory and
Well,
majesty.
transition
And hey,
from
what's a better
Protestant work
testament to the
ethic.
individual spirit of both capitalism and Christianity than the figure of the brave businessman and the entrepreneur creating wealth from nothing? In doing so,
Yeah, especially
aren't
under
they kind of
Reagan, they
imitating
associated,
God's own act of creation
capitalist.
in
That's why
Genesis?
they,
Creating something
they talked
from
about
nothing?
also because
wow,
there was some
I get it. I get
aspect
it.
of
The
this
only thing
godlessness, but they
that
would
moves
say
people
the
out of
godless
poverty
commies all the
is a
time.
job.
Yeah.
Period. And the job creators are the wealth producers that are sitting in our pews.
Now, as I talked about in my last video in this series, the businessman really took on the spiritual allure that the cowboy had in the previous generation. And while it's been argued that industrialization led to a type of secularization and disenchantment, McCare's book shows how belief in the divine power of capital supplanted the old belief in the divine power of God. In the book, he references how Marx had already pointed out the deeply metaphysical nature of money in some of his early work, writing, "I am ugly, but I can buy for myself the most beautiful of women. Therefore, I am not ugly, for the effect of ugliness, its deterrent power, is nullified by money." Shout out to the looks-maxers. In that same text, his 1844 manuscript, Marx then goes on to write, "I am brainless, but money is the real brain of all things, and how then should its possessor be brainless? Besides, he can buy clever people for himself. And is he who has power over the clever not more clever than the clever? Do not I, who thanks to money am capable of all that the human heart longs for, possess all human capacities? Does not my money therefore transform all my incapacities into their contrary? Whereas God once turned Saul into Paul and Christ transformed water into wine,
what had started as water had turned into wine.
The power of capital is able to infinitely transform the capacities and talents of the individual with access to wealth.
Frugality and hard work are an almost indispensable path to prosperity, right?
And because work is the way that we usually acquire the money that then gives us access to this metaphysical power, well, work becomes a new sacrament, with hard work and industriousness having spiritual value. And hey, this was only coincidentally useful to the capitalist of the industrial age. McCare notes that as this capitalist religion evolves into its contemporary theological variant, neoliberalism, the radical freedom offered by capitalism is grounded in one important exception: the possibility of a competing system of faith, or economics. Everything is possible except a viable critique of the system of capitalism. David Graeber referred to this as a war on the imagination. McCarhar describes it as the relentless assault on our capacity to envision an end to the despotism of money, which is why the greatest enemy of the last 100 years or so for American Christianity has been socialism, communism, Marxism, and more recently, woke stuff and trans people.
You keep on pushing our buttons, you low-down sorry compromisers. You God-hating communist America, you'll find out what an insurrection is, because we ain't playing your garbage. We ain't playing your mess. My Bible says that the church of the living God is an institution that the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. And the Bible says that we'll take it by force.
If this theological system was upholding the power of the American capitalist project, then any theological critique risked a critique of the entire system. This was unacceptable, and it still is. At this point, it might even feel like this cursed marriage of Christianity and capitalism is something that's unbreakable at this point, a real Kurt and Courtney type of situation. But McCarhar emphasizes that if we look at Christian theology itself, along with the beliefs and practices of pre-industrial communities of faith, things look a lot more like communism than they do capitalism. He writes about how in Europe, the commons pointed to a barely repressed desire for communism that lurked as the political unconscious of medieval Christendom. During this era, private property was considered a rueful concession to the circumstances of a fallen world. Property was either a necessary evil, a right of use, or a social trust. One's land, workshop, or manor was a means of subsistence and a contribution to the common good, not a means of increasing one's wealth or of fostering accumulation as an end in itself. This looks like what McCarer, in conversation with the work of Simon Critchley, refers to as a faith-based communism, in which common possession of material goods was believed to reflect the life of the Trinity. So at this point, you might be asking, what the fuck? If there's some sort of communist core at the heart of Christianity, then why are American Christians the biggest defenders of the capitalist way of life? Why isn't anyone trying to embrace the spirit of communism that's at the heart of that very tradition? Who knows? Who fucking knows, man? Fuck. Okay, this all brings us back to Oscar Romero, the Salvadoran priest murdered by a
He's the
right-wing
guy
death
who did
squad
Night of the
that had
Living
the
Dead.
backing of the United States. While he was honestly quite moderate in his theology, he was radicalized by witnessing the violence and oppression waged against the poor and those working with them, including seeing parish priests that were working in poor communities get murdered by death squads.
Y no había habido pues una circunstancia tan violenta como la que me tocó al llegar al arzobispado, que cuando yo llegué estaban expulsando sacerdotes y al mes siguiente de mi llegada mataron al padre Rutilio Grande.
This led to a vision of faith in which the church could not remain apolitical, but instead needed to show direct solidarity with oppressed and marginalized communities
There you go, you
in the
stopped the
face
nuke.
of violent oppression from the
Did I?
powerful. Now, Romero has since become a key figure
Oh, nope,
in the
still
tradition
hit.
of liberation
No,
theology, a
useless.
type of Latin American thought that was developed in conversation with various strands of Marxist philosophy that were emerging from Europe. One of the key principles underlying liberation theology is the preferential option for the poor. That's the idea that the poor and marginalized should be prioritized when making social, political, and economic decisions. To put that a little bit differently, the needs of the poor matter more than the desires of the wealthy. It's sort of like the Catholic equivalent of billionaires shouldn't exist. In many ways, this is a much more straightforward theology than those that argue that actually God wants you to be good at business because then you can build factories which create wealth.
It takes the ministry of business to bring about a sense of well-being, a sense of shalom in a community.
Because for the liberationist, Jesus served the poor, so we should serve the poor. Jesus critiqued systems of power and wealth, so we should be critical of those systems. We can actually see the spirit in a statement that was put out by the chaplain of the Minnesota Timberwolves in the last week during the ICE occupation of Minneapolis. It's a long statement. You should check it out. It's over on his Instagram. But I'll read one line for you where he says, "Peace isn't what you ask for when the boot is already on someone's neck. Peace is what the powerful ask for when they don't want to be interrupted." Yay, basketball. Early Christian communities shared things in common, so I don't know, maybe we should aim to live in a way that prioritizes the common good of
My
all
units.
over the desires.
They're gone.
Now, the most famous of the liberation theologians is Peruvian priest and philosopher Gustavo Gutierrez, who wrote a book called A Theology of Liberation. For the very Catholic Gutierrez, denying the reality of class struggle is equivalent to supporting the dominant social order. It's not an issue in which one can be neutral. You're either fighting for justice or condoning injustice. This leads him to call for the building of an explicitly socialist society that's more free and humane than the world of capitalist exploitation. And he was explicit that this socialist world represented a sort of real equality and not just the equality of opportunity that's offered by capitalism. Now, against those from the money cult who would argue that poverty and injustice exist as some sort of divine natural fact, Gutierrez writes that the poor person does not exist as an inescapable fact of destiny. His or her existence is not politically neutral, and it is not ethically innocent. The poor are a byproduct of the system in which we live and for which we are responsible. They are marginalized by our social and cultural world. They are the oppressed, exploited proletariat, robbed of the fruit of their labor and despoiled of their humanity. Hence, the poverty of the poor is not a call to generous relief action, but a demand that we go and build a different social order. For Gutierrez and the liberation tradition more broadly, this means that any sort of Christianity that affirms capitalist exploitation should be rejected. In another place, he writes that the denunciation of injustice implies the rejection of the use of Christianity to legitimize the established order. And to be clear here, this tradition was developed, at least in its more academic form, by priests and scholars deeply engaged with both the philosophical and theological traditions of the church and actual communities of poverty and systems of oppression. They were very much engaged in what the kids would call theory and praxis. It's also worth noting that the liberation theologians, again, many of whom were active Catholic priests, had no issue with relying on Marx to develop their thinking. Something that the preachers of the money cult would be absolutely horrified by. Because rather than Marxism serving as an existential threat to their beliefs, This tradition offered a set of conceptual tools capable of better understanding the conditions of oppression and alienation that they were aiming to understand and critique and eventually eradicate.
Quanto mais eu li Marx, tanto mais eu encontrei uma certa fundamentação objetiva para continuar camarada de Cristo. Então, as leituras que eu fiz de Marx, de alongamentos de Marx, não me sugeriram jamais que eu deixasse de encontrar Cristo na esquina das próprias
Giant death row about
In this way, the
intercepted
alliance
it.
between liberation theology
Really?
and Marxism has a
Yeah.
little bit of that the enemy of my enemy
That was
is
in
my
Thermo,
friend
too.
type energy. Now, Latin American liberationist thought in
That's
both
great.
its theological
There
and
you go.
philosophical
So that's-
variants
they're better than
also
the
shed a
AI,
renewed light
but
on
they
the importance
cost,
of Marx's own critique
uranium
of religion
to run, you
and
know?
how this spirit could be applied to the project of liberation. Now, I'm sure many of you have heard this full quote before, but for
I saw
anyone
him there
who
when I
hasn't heard the
launched, and I was like,
context
I wonder if-
of
'cause I
Marx's
know they can
opium
defend
of the
against
people
air, so I was
critique,
curious if they
something that's
defend it.
still used by religious figures to paint him
Well,
as a
good
violent
answer.
atheist. I want to read the whole passage to you so you can think about it for yourself. Religious suffering is at one and the same time the expression of real suffering and a protest against real suffering.
Yeah.
Religion
Suffering.
is the sigh of the oppressed creature, the heart of a heartless world, and the soul
Speaking
of
my
soulless
language now.
conditions. It is the opium of the people. The abolition of religion as the illusory happiness of the people is the demand for their real happiness. To call on them to give up their illusions about their condition is to call on them to give up a condition that requires illusions. The criticism of religion is therefore an embryo, the criticism of that veil of tears of which religion is the halo. So while a Fox News pastor reads the opium of the people and runs away in panic, these priests and theologians saw a critique of religion that's aimed at a critique of systems leading the oppressed to find solace in religion. And they build off this critique not to seek spiritual justice, but a renewed material and economic reality. One of the most interesting figures from this tradition, philosopher Enrique Dussel, has developed an extensive reading of Marx that takes all of this into account. He's argued that Marx's metaphorical theology opened the horizon for the theology of liberation, among other things. Definitely check out his work if that's your bag. I wanted to talk about him in this video, but I always want to talk about too much, and there's not time. So read things for yourself and let me know about it. Okay, so where does this all leave us? You know, what is American Christianity and what do we do about it? Well, I think in its dominant evangelical form, American Christianity is a spiritualized form of capitalism which creates a metaphysical imperative for competitive, market-oriented individualism while justifying exploitative, nationalist, and increasingly white supremacist political systems. To once again quote my guy The Weeknd, all that money, the money is the motive. Okay, spoiler alert, I don't have the absolute answer for what we can do here, but to get back to the spirit of the first video in this series, where I talked about my own personal narrative and my journey from Christian youth group kid to Marxist academic super soldier, let me reiterate this. I didn't become a Marxist in reaction to once having been a Christian. I became a Marxist because taking Christianity seriously led me to taking questions of justice seriously, which led me to wanting to understand what was making the world so unjust, capitalism. And of course, the best way that I found to understand that system and culture has been Marxist thought. But I guess one of my takeaways here is that if the enemy of our enemy is truly our friend, then leftists, materialist, and socialist Christians and Jews and Muslims and other religious people should at least be able to get drinks together and talk about getting rid of billionaires, right? Like we should at least be able to work together to similar political and material ends, and we shouldn't look at those projects as somehow antithetical to each other. Now I'm going to give the final word here to Jewish German philosopher Ernst Bloch. He's the author of the Marxist Bible study book, Atheism and Christianity. He writes, when Christians are really concerned with the emancipation of those who labor and are heavy laden, and when Marxists retain the depths of the kingdom of freedom as the real content of revolutionary consciousness on the road to becoming true substance, the alliance between revolution and Christianity founded in the peasant wars may live again, this time with success. Florian Geyer, the great fighter of those wars, is reputed to have had the words nulla crux, nulla corona scratched on the blade of his sword. That could be the motto of a Christianity free at last from alienation. And the far-reaching, inexhaustible depths of emancipation in those words could also serve as a motto for a Marxism aware of its depths. Amen. Okay, so the point of this whole video series was not to give people answers, but to get some conversation going. So please do continue that. I've really, really enjoyed the messages I've received, the emails, the comments about
Australian government recently passed hate speech laws that are so broad and poorly defined that the Attorney General herself could not say clearly whether or not criticising the actions of a foreign government would or would not be classified as hate speech under the new laws.
Just to be clear, if a group is saying Israel is engaged, or they're saying Israel should no longer exist, that is not enough for that group to be banned.
Well, again, that would depend on the other evidence that is gathered, David. So I would be reluctant to be naming ruling in and ruling out specific kinds of conduct that you are describing.
You heard that right. An official representative in charge of communicating the rules of the new laws they've just passed was unable to say whether or not criticising the actions of a foreign government could get you prosecuted by them.
But surely we all need to know what will be against the law. This matters in terms of what your law will mean. So what would it take for a group that's doing that to be banned?
No, it certainly does. And your viewers have every right to know what the scope of this is. And we have been clear from the outset about the kinds of groups that we are seeking to bring within this regime. This will include those groups that have so far managed to not do anything that is against the law or would otherwise attract criminal conduct provisions.
If you can't clearly answer questions about whether or not we can criticise a foreign government, essentially what you're telling me is hate speech is whatever you say that it is, whenever you feel like it is.
Okay, the responsibility now rests with you, I think, to explain, 500 pages, this document to the Aussie public. As an example, if someone or a group says Israel engaged in genocide, will they be prosecuted now?
Can I start with what the legislation does? It does a number of things. Obviously, one of the things it does is it enables a minister to cancel and suspend visas of people who come to Australia to preach hatred. What we are trying to do is to crack down on groups who seek to incite hatred for the purposes of engaging in incitement and criminal activity. We're not seeking to crack down on people's difference of political debate.
In this video, we're going to break down to the best of my ability how these hate speech laws are explained, what powers the police and the government are given, and how it can affect you. Perhaps the scariest thing is that hate speech is generally defined by whatever makes someone or a group of people feel like they could be harassed. Not actually be harassed, not actually be the victims of violence or calls to violence, but feel like potentially they might in the future at some arbitrary point in time could potentially maybe get harassed as a result of your tweet.
So under the legislation, people will still be able, or groups will still be able to say that.
Well, I'm not going to get into. It's not hypotheticals about what can and can't be said. I'm making a point about the way the legislation works.
Do you think people should be able to say that?
I don't believe that, the government's position is that the State of Israel has a right to exist, and we seek two states because that is the best way to ensure long-term peace and security for both Israelis and Palestinians.
All right. Senator. There's a lot to digest in all of this, and we appreciate you being on.
As a comedian who has literally been protested by religious groups for telling jokes about their beliefs that were not hateful
Munich's
at all,
fucking
these
annoying,
new
'cause
laws are
every time you go
incredibly
in there-
concerning to me, especially because it seems like no politician can answer any sort of straightforward question about what is and what is not hate
Yeah,
speech.
but it's just
Clearly,
annoying 'cause
these
the
laws are
policy cards
designed to be
reset every
used
time you
as a
go in there.
weapon
Oh, do they
without
really?
any justification
Yeah.
needed. Written into these laws is
Well, I
something
think
that
it's
literally
rebelling. I'm not even
denies
taking
anyone
the
targeted by these
Yeah,
laws
exactly.
any
That's why
right
it's
to
annoying.
procedural fairness. That's right. If you're found guilty of hate speech under these laws or miscategorized as a hate group due to a mistake or unfair proceedings, you have no right of return. You cannot fight back. It just happens to you, and there's nothing you can do about it. These laws have fractured the coalition, our second biggest political party in the country, and freedom of speech legal experts are saying that it's going to completely disrupt people's ability to freely assemble and protest. So, in this video, I'm going to do my best to break down the government's official communication through the ABC about these laws and how they work and how they can affect you, me, and the rest of this country. If you enjoy this video and want to support comedy and free speech, follow the Spearhead Sundays podcast on Spotify, like, subscribe, and let's break it down. I've pulled up this article by the ABC that attempts to explain these laws and ask some questions. And you just see how incredibly vague this is. New hate laws have passed Parliament. What do they actually do? And this fucking article is like 5 pages long, and they don't really answer it because no one knows, not even the fucking politicians that passed it. Parliament has just passed the toughest federal hate speech laws in Australia's history, and no one can tell me what it is. Labor has been open that the legislation introduced in the wake of the Bondi terror attack is primarily aimed at tackling hate groups that promote anti-Semitism, and that revisiting the laws to include other minority groups is not a priority. So already, they're calling it hate speech laws, but it's not hate speech laws. It's just laws to protect one group, right? Which makes no fucking sense. If you are only protecting one group from speech, you elevate that group above everyone else, and now you can't criticize this group for any reason. And guess what breeds way more anti-Semitism? Right? This anti-Semitic belief that Jews run the world and you can't criticize them or whatever, like this plays directly into that.
Hey, I just got more uranium per turn.
And am I going to get arrested for saying that? I don't know.
No, it's this one.
Luckily, this is a solo podcast, so I can't possibly be categorized as a hate group. The legislation passed with Liberal Party support, though the Nationals, Greens, and One Nation voted against it, citing various concerns around free speech.
There it is.
Great. So the Nationals, Greens, and One Nation are gonna form the most schizophrenic coalition in history.
Well, it's the mountain range next to Delhi. Means I had to like go above.
History is written from the hand of the victor.
Okay, now the units lost graph is what I'm really fascinated in because I want to see how high it is for me.
Mm-hmm. Units lost.
It's fucking crazy.
That spike.
Well, like no, like even when this is when the first war started, you know, and then I was in that war forever.
Yeah.
And then from there, it's just the waves crashing and crashing and crashing.
Mm-hmm. I still
and
didn't
also
lose
a lot
many.
of the units lost at the end were SAM sites.
I still didn't lose as many as it was Lenin. That's pretty funny. Lenin got fucked.
Oh, you were ahead for a minute. That's right. I remember looking, and I was like, oh, if it goes down to the turns, it's pretty close.
Mm.
I'm going to make sure that... I'm going to make sure... So I built a few wonders to make sure I would come out ahead, just in case that happened.
Mm-hmm. I had a few wonders in there, actually.
So I figured now it's a perfect thing, because if we end at the end of something, we can decide if we want any different mods in there before we build a new one.
Mm.
And somehow they'll get along better than the Liberals and the Nationals do. For all my American listeners, Liberals in Australia are the right-wing party. They're like centre-right here in Australia. Labor's draft legislation, by the way, excuse my incredibly pale legs. It is 40 degrees in this hellhole of a country. White people should not live here. We're not built for it. I walk my dog for 7 minutes. I come home with skin cancer. We shouldn't be here. All right? The Australia Day's coming up. The sun is so harsh that I'm thinking, you know what? We all got to leave for our own good. We got to give it back to the Aboriginals, but just the really dark ones, because I think they're the only people that can fucking take the UV in this ozone-less country. We need to get Whitey out of this country for our own good. I saw a woman this morning that had beautiful, muscular runner's legs, an incredible athletic body, and then I looked at her face and she looked 85, because white people are not supposed to be in the sun in this country. We got to give it back. I don't know why the Chinese want this place. It's not for you either. All right, you guys, it's too hot.
Just suns and
we need to give it back to the Aboriginals and the Sudanese, and they can fight over the shopping centers. I think we know who's going to win that fight.
Fucking hell. That's a very Australian-centered joke there.
Yeah, what was that? Oh, because you got a lot of Sudanese immigrants?
Sudanese gangs specifically seem to be a problem, or at least the media are making it out to seem like an issue. They're always talking about Sudanese gangs, African youths, that kind of shit. So it's like, it's just a thing. We've always had Sudanese people here. Like, ever since the Sudanese Civil War, we've been a big destination for Sudanese people. There's a massive Sudanese community here. They have been doing protests over Sudan and shit recently.
Okay. Anyway. How about extended eras?
Nah.
Do you know how the era works?
I don't know, it gives a range. I'm assuming that depending on how quickly you go through it, or it's the first person to get there.
Once a certain amount of people, depending on the game size, hit the next tech. So, like, if they go to industrial, like 3 people go to industrial, then it starts the countdown. So extended eras just means that it would make more, it would just require more people to hit it before it goes to the countdown.
Nah.
What am I doing? Where did the laws land? Labor's draft legislation included a provision to criminalize the promotion or incitement of racial hatred. Okay. Which is a recommendation of anti-Semitic envoy Gillian Siegel and...
There's one that has, it reflects, instead of all the cities looking the same, depending on where your civilization is, you'll have a different city. What about that?
Is that just a visual upgrade? I'm down for that.
Yes.
Sounds fun.
Okay, so if you open your workshop, that's City Styles. City Styles pack, Luigi City Styles. But if you just type City Styles, it'll come up.
Broadly supported by Jewish groups. Despite calling for Ms. Siegel's report to be implemented in full, various coalition members raised concerns the draft bill would excessively infringe on free speech, a position shared by the Greens, constitutional lawyers, and various faith leaders. After both the coalition and Greens rejected the new offense.
GS or just City Style Pack?
Oh, GS. That would be the GS Luigi City Styles pack. don't really care about district expansions. That's like when you were way past fundamentals, you know?
Mm-hmm. I can
No offense. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese
assume that this drink is what Lando Norris tastes like. I can only assume that. Tastes damn good. You know how the white one is lemonade? It's similar on that like lemonade style of taste, but I can't quite pick it. I'm not sure what the flavor is, honestly. Because it's not quite the white one, but it's pretty close.
He dumped it. So, but what does that mean? They got rid of...
There's a Donald Trump one.
A monster?
No. Agenda: America First strongly opposes open border agreements, intends to the loyalty and happiness of his own people. Respect civilizations that also keep their own people loyal and content. Dislike civilizations that send their trade routes to America.
It would be funny if it was...
International trade routes provide +1 loyalty per turn and starting turn. Cities at full loyalty can purchase civilian units for 20% cheaper. Gain the super carrier unique unit after researching the combined arms technology.
Criminalizing the promotion or incitement of racial hatred, but they kept the stuff that just criminalizes anti-Semitism. Is that what that means? Revisiting the laws to...
Okay, type in JFD Italy.
JFD Italy? I don't know which one it is. Is it the one that just says Italy? And he's gone.
Okay, you're gonna need... You need... Italy is the nation, and then Mussolini is the leader for that nation.
The 2 leaders? Mussolini and a woman?
Who's the woman?
No idea.
I only care about Mussolini.
Sure.
Because that's funny.
It just says Italy?
Yeah.
Margherita and Benito Mussolini?
Yeah, Mussolini's the only one I grabbed.
Okay.
We got Leopold from Belgium in here. Fuck you. Papal States. That's funny. This guy has a Netherlands thing, and it must have been before Netherlands was added to the game.
Maybe.
And then we need a China. I'm just going to search China in the mods and see what comes up.
To include other minority groups is not a priority. Right, so this is not hate speech laws. This is like don't talk about Israel laws. Awesome. Which I agree with as a...
So if you search most popular China, it's the Mao Zedong one. Mao Zedong CCP.
I say 4 beauties.
Yeah, most popular and then do all time for the results. Oh, there is a Xi one. Let's see what this is. Oh, it's all in Chinese. Okay. President Xi China mod. Why Donald Trump has so many mods but not even one of our dearest leader? Ability. China dream. War wariness reduced by 15%. Why? Here I am to criticize you. Like, why I thought China hasn't gone to war. Why does he have war wariness reduced by 15%? Production towards units?
It doesn't make sense for modern China, no.
My friend said that this is from the fascism bonus. I had to befriend him, or I had to unfriend him because he had insult China. Is this person trolling? Chinese efficiency. 30% production towards buildings. 50% yields from plot harvest.
Sense. That makes sense as a perk for China under, like, modern China.
And feature removals. Receive random tech boost after another player recruits a great scientist. However, no inspiration boost to culture.
Fair enough.
However, inspiration has no boost to culture. Cannot build a holy site. Cities gain 1 population when built. One belt, one road. Sending a trade route immediately creates a trading post in the destination instead when the trade route is completed.
Xi Jinping?
Yeah. Gains extra level of diplomatic visibility when civilizations that have a Chinese trading post.
Oh my god, it's literally not even a stylized character.
That's what I'm saying. It's shit.
Hilarious.
It's shit. Fuck that one. I want a real Xi. Lot of Mao.
I'm not surprised.
As an aspiring...
You want icebreakers?
Sure. Can we get Chiang Kai-shek?
Check.
Taiwan.
Aspiring immigrant to the United States. I think that's good. Home Affairs Minister Tony Burks this week said that the government would have liked the laws to be even stronger, but what has passed represented the strongest hate laws Australia's ever had. The laws grant powers for the government to list so-called hate groups more easily, deport or cancel the visas of individuals associated with hate groups, increase penalties for hate crime offences, and create new aggravated penalties for hate preachers and leaders who advocate violence. Right, so you're about to see unprecedented
this one, granted,
uptick in visa denials.
Like a shitty one, but it's Hirohito, Chiang Kai-shek, and Mao. But it looks like a kind of mid one. Doesn't look like there's anything for that.
So the icebreaker mod is literally just icebreaker. That's all it's called.
Two words?
One word.
Any rapper that's ever made a joke or a pun about Jews or another race or anything like that is going to get denied access into the country. Mel Gibson will never be seen here ever again.
Penalties like what? Living in Australia?
All right, so they're granting powers for the government to list so-called hate groups more easily and create new aggravated penalties. Right, so they're using this law to create new penalties. So this law has passed, and it's given them the power to just create new laws that don't even exist yet that we don't know about, and neither do they. Awesome. So it seems like they're just given the powers to be like, oh, if we don't like what you say online, we may not be able to arrest you yet, but because we have this power to create a new penalty, we can just create a law that specifically covers what you're saying. You're fucked. Cool. That's great. What is a hate group? The legislation defines hate groups as organizations that publicly incite hatred or communal violence against a person or group due to their race or national or ethnic origin. Okay, great. I agree. To be designated, the Home Affairs Minister must be satisfied that the group has engaged in, prepared,
Holy shit,
planned,
there's
or
an
assisted in a
Antarctica
hate
without
crime.
ice.
Yeah.
That's cool. Hello.
Did you vote in the poll?
Yes. The Great Ring of Ice. Ice wall map.
But what is a hate crime? Because they've just redefined that, right? Which is now defined as conduct that would cause a reasonable person to be intimidated, to fear harassment or violence, or fear for their safety. Right, so a hate crime is now defined by someone else's feelings.
Great.
So,
okay.
So anything can be a fucking hate crime.
What a hate crime is. That's great. Let's just completely negate and deflate all impact of what a hate crime is. That's awesome.
That's not a hate crime, Michael. Well, I hated it.
Crime if a person with a clean bill of psychological health can go to the cops and be like, I'm scared. That's the most vague shit ever. A hate crime is something that causes someone else to be intimidated or fear harassment. So a hate crime is not actually harassing someone. It's causing someone to fear that they might be harassed.
Get your fucking waifus out of here.
Immediately, my mind goes to...
Hold on, can we get a Gundam mod for the death robots?
Look up in skins and put Gundam and then filter for skins.
Also, actually, the Eva unit.
Robespierre, France.
Ooh, that's
I
a
have
good one.
him. I have a bunch of different ones. But Robespierre is the most interesting one. But I heard that this guy's leaders are actually really well designed. So much I am her.
I'm severely disappointed that nobody's made an Evangelion skin for the death robots. That's very disappointing. No, I just looked it up. They have not.
I got Zelensky.
Okay. What are his...
Tested by all those Buddhist monks for making fun of the
benefits?
I don't know, but I did enable him.
Gets free military units from the United States.
Look it up. Like anything that you check, like I already have a bunch of these people. I grabbed a bunch of different leaders, but I don't know if I'll enable them or not.
Mm-hmm.
Boudica.
No Gundam?
That's a good one. I don't know if this is any good, but... Has she been Civ before?
Nuclear-capable giant death robots. Who?
Boudica.
General. It is a great general.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes, you're right. I was like, why is she so familiar? Like, is she been Civ before? Like, I know her from history, but like...
Dalai Lama. Right? I had thousands and thousands of people complain to the Melbourne Comedy Festival, to calling the police to get my show shut down because I told jokes about their guy, the Dalai fucking Lama, one of the most powerful person in their religion, a man who they literally think is God on earth. All right? If you can't make fun of, if he's hurt by jokes, he's not God. That's a bloke. Right?
It's a good point.
So, yeah, immediately, I mean, I would fit the definition of someone doing a hate crime by telling jokes about Buddhists
Oh my god.
To the point where...
What?
This mod sounds awesome.
What is it?
Reskin all Civ warrior units as skeletons. Generally equip your cultural helmets and swords. Doesn't override appearance. Defeat enough barbarians or free city units and their bones will reanimate as a powerful skeletal titan.
What the fuck? Skeletal titan? There's an ant civilization here.
And it's literally just the warriors are skeletons and it's just a gigantic skeleton with a helmet and a sword. It's about 3 times bigger than the privateer. That is awesome. Classical giant death robots.
A large section of the community came to protest my show, when in reality, I was the one that was literally actually getting harassed. I was getting death threats. I had people show up to my shows with violent intention. I had people trying to storm my venue and come upstairs and attack me. Right? But under these laws, me telling jokes about that group, I mean, if enough of them complained, it seems like a judgment could be made that a reasonable person...
Remove the giant death robot. Weaken giant death robot. I just want a skin that makes my giant death robot look like a Gundam. Why can't I do that? Somebody needs to do this. Where are the anime nerds that play Civ? Surely they exist.
It's all Chinese guys, you know? That's crazy.
Why is there no EVA robots? Right? Like, why?
Maybe they didn't even mark it under skins and just type in robot.
I mean, maybe, but like, just imagine if the giant
could fear that they might be harassed. This is insane.
Were like one of these, right? That's what I want. I want a giant death robot that looks like this. And then also getting a multiple skin pack, so if you get 7, that they are all 7 different ones. That would be awesome. Somebody do that. Somebody needs to do this. Or, alternatively, obviously everyone knows what the Gundams are, but like, you could easily just make all the giant death robots. I'm not sure which specific Gundam it is, but it's the main one, right? Just make all the death robots that. Look, he's got a big cannon. It's perfect.
Did you just type in mech? Or
into the skin? Yeah.
Well, they don't even search skins. Like, if they're not showing up, then just get your search to just be in skins.
Mech isn't even coming up. Most popular of all time.
That's not what a hate crime is. A hate crime is actually doing something or actually advocating for something. Not saying something that makes someone else think like you might maybe hate them or want to hurt them. It has to be unequivocal. It has to be an actual act in the real world, physically.
Oh my God.
Or it has to be an actual call to violence.
It's a Westeros map that you can download. If
Westeros looks like a fucking Civ-generated map. Are you kidding me?
They should replace the biplanes with dragons.
Look up dragons. Somebody might have done that. The game's been out for a long time, you know?
Here be dragons.
Oh yeah, that one is like the unrevealed map.
Okay. No dragons.
That one is interesting.
Oh, maybe we got dragons. No, it's a dragon. It's a map that's shaped like a dragon.
Oh, Here Be Dragons has not something to do with the map. Grand Canal.
Oh my god.
What'd you find?
You can get the fighting arena from Dragon Ball. That's a wonder.
Yeah, anything that you want as a wonder there's a lot of stuff for that.
That's awesome.
Like anything that you think should be in there.
Oh my god, you can do Shenron. Added.
What is that?
The dragon. Oh man, we should just subscribe to all of these.
Where?
Hold on.
I didn't see them.
They're called Dragon Ball series. They're all wonders.
Oh. Okay.
So you can build the Karin Tower.
Yeah, you can just hit subscribe to all, so.
Yeah. Shenron, the fighting arena. Okay. Great Elder's house, the lookout. Shenron.
Because if it's not those two things, then it can be anything. If you're defining a hate crime based on the feelings of someone else who has not actually been hurt or victimized, they just feel like they might be at some point in the future, that's insane.
That is pretty insane.
Critically, the minister cannot act without advice from ASIO. Well, yeah, and ASIO's done such a good job recently, haven't they? Oh, the two blokes that were on a terrorist watch list, yeah, they can have guns, and we'll let them fly out to a known ISIS hotspot to fucking train for a few weeks and come home and still have their guns. Yeah, no worries. You can trust us with determining who needs to be punished for their fucking hateful views. Insane. Before recommending a group be listed, ASIO must be satisfied that the group has engaged in activities that would likely increase the risk of politically motivated or communal violence or advocated for such violence, including in the future. The Director General and Minister do not need to observe procedural fairness in either providing advice or listing a hate group, meaning affected parties will not have the right to dispute allegations against them before they are listed as a hate group. Dude. So if you get listed as a hate group, you're just fucked.
Pretty much, that's what it sounds like. And
so you can say a few things.
What we watched the other day from Tom Tanuki is that this is essentially the Australian Jury Council's hate speech laws, which means that it's only going to target anti-Semitism. Which means that all that essential shit...
You should look up satellite units.
Which means all... I will. Which means all that essentialist shit that is underlying... that's going towards Indian people, that's going towards Muslims, that's going towards Jews, that's going towards... Jews from Israel and Zionists as well, by the way. Not just anti-Semites and Nazis. Zionists and Israel are some of the biggest perpetrators of this ethnic essentialism. They inherently tie the Jewish identity to Israel and its genocide, making Jews outside of Israel a target. I need people to understand this. I need people to comprehend this. Them tying Jewish identity to the state of Israel while it is committing a genocide is endangering Jewish people everywhere. And if you do not focus on this, anti-Semitism is only going to go up. This will only make it worse. I have so much to say. I really want to make a video about this. But, like, it's insane.
Do you want me to hit play, or do you got... Because I got to pee before the movie
No,
starts.
no, go. You press play.
that makes someone feel uneasy, get listed as a hate group, and there is no recourse for you if the decision made was wrong or was an overreach. Crazy. Attorney General Michelle Rowland described the legislation as tight and capable of interpretation not only by a court, but also by our agencies. So that's her saying, yeah, it means whatever we want it to mean. This is great. We can fuck you for any reason at any moment, and if we can't, we can introduce a new penalty that allows us to. And if we do that and fuck you and it's unfair and unjust, you have zero recourse because we do not need to observe procedural fairness. It's in the law to be like, yeah, we don't have to be fair. What the fuck? Will the laws really... I wasn't going to read this whole thing, but I think I have to. Will the laws really stop hate? The government has said that the changes are primarily intended to capture groups like neo-Nazi-aligned National Socialist Network and radical Islamist group Hizb ut-Tahrir. Why can't we just get those two groups to fight each other?
We tried.
And then whoever wins rules. These groups' actions have so far fallen below the legal threshold of criminal conduct. Right, so they're basically saying like, our hate speech laws were able to be circumvented by these neo-Nazi groups and these radical Islamist groups who have...
Mixed farms? Yeah, I know that one.
It's just a... Satellite units?
Yes.
Ah, different satellites. Interesting.
Because I kind of like always wanted. It's like I would always be thinking like, oh man, too bad I can't. You know, and if you go into mixed farms, that guy himself, and you press he's got a thing there on mixed farms, and it says biome diversity, 6 items. If you click that, he has like an entire overhaul for the game.
Damn.
That's what our climate rebalance thing is from.
Unit expansion future.
Yeah, we should already have that.
I don't have that one.
You sure?
Savannah. That's cool. Brave New World? Oh,
yeah,
it's Brave New World Wonder. Okay. Oh, it's giving like fucking...
Brave New World was also, I think, an expansion for Civ 5. But I'm not sure.
Ah, it's this... Okay, I've seen a bunch of this guy's stuff. Naval expansion? Aircraft expansion.
Who are you on?
The guy you told me.
Yeah, but I don't even know. Is it the Project 6T? Where are you finding the unit? There it is. Yeah. The only one I have is Future.
What's the only one?
You said you didn't have Future, but you used those units.
Oh, I must have then. What's actually changed here? Because don't they go to jet then stealth anyway?
No, all that stuff, all the units on that Future thing there are from this mod.
Oh, okay.
So it would have been on the list that I sent you to subscribe to. Anyway.
District expansion.
You can
leave
Twitch up, but
we
then
think
you can
hate
stop
groups,
the other channels.
but legally on paper we haven't been able to do anything about it. So yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty explicitly because these groups are smart, as every, any actually dangerous radicalized group is going to be very, very smart, very organized, very intelligent with how they move, obviously, right? So it seems like they've tried to create laws that just allow them to fuck anyone for any reason because they haven't been able to prosecute these groups that are too smart to say something stupid enough to get themselves arrested.
This guy does the clean nuclear power
which is like, yeah, okay, you'll be able to crack down. Let's say these two groups are hate groups. I'm pretty sure the National Socialist Network is a hate group, right? I have not heard of this
Yeah, the other stuff, the other unit expansions, like, I'm not sure how I feel about it. Because it's like, I think there's enough units already, but those future units are kind of necessary. But like the AI doesn't really use them, so it's kind of like not fair. But who cares? By the time you're in that era, you're trying to end the game anyway because you're winning.
Yeah.
And it just helps.
All right, 5th gen YouTube is going down now. Goodbye. Kick is going now. Bye.